Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the little bit of a slow start, but yeah, I had some stuff to get to. So the opening is not bad. We're up 4% on open. I just did a quick check of YouTube, and apparently Michael Khor's there or whatever, or Matt Khor's. He's thinking this has something to do with Coinbase, and that there's going to be a Coinbase bounce on our stock. Don't know where the hell he's getting his ideas from. I swear, these YouTube guys, they just write any bullshit to fucking justify a position, eh? Oh well. Eventually people will learn. Just like Reddit, it's a bad source of information. Let me just set up the Reddit chat. So we're doing good here. It's just gapped up. And gapping up was, if this holds, was what I was talking about just before we closed. Excuse me, yesterday. Is that we would be finally going up the side. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves because early morning doesn't matter too much. The gapping up is good, but it's nothing definitive. Yeah. Was it a good interview? I haven't seen it. I just woke up like an hour ago. That's good. No. Yeah, I thought about that this morning. I'm like, oh, if I ever don't stream, how do I let people know? But I guess you guys would figure out real quickly. But yeah, it's good to have you all here. Man. Yeah, it's just, yeah, as I was saying a little bit earlier. So I'm looking at Matt Khor's right now. And so his title is Live, AMC, Get Ready to Rumble, No Dilution, and the Coinbase Bounce, Rocket Ship, Rocket Ship, Rocket Ship. And I'm like, what the fuck? None of that is remotely true. And then yesterday was talking about the shorts are breaking records, record shorts, massive shorts, record short high numbers was his thing for the last couple days. It's like, oh man. But how long has he been around? He's been around, he's got over 10 million views, and he joined March 8th last year. Jeez, that's crazy. Well, maybe in a year I'll be able to get up to 6.4K people daily. Holy crap, that's impressive. Yeah, yeah. That's why I did the Thousandaire Club, because I can't really post notifications to YouTube, right? So this is kind of nice that we got our a large bounce here, or not bounce, gapping up in the morning. And there's nothing on the major on the Dow, and GME is not having any of it. So that's kind of interesting. So we got green across the board. The NASDAQ did a 1.14 on open. So this is definitely a way more positive day. So whatever happened yesterday really spooked the market, and then they just decided quickly that, you know, fuck off, it's not real. But it was near the end of the day. So now we're seeing at the start of the day, the whatever this was that got them in a funk has fucked off. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, something's up. But at least now it looks like it's over. So good times for us. So we'll just let this run its course because it's too early to tell. The initial negativity kind of sucks, but the markets are all golden. So we just have to wait for that to come our way. That would help. Yeah. And that would make for, that's probably what he's saying, no delusion in his stock title. Oh, I need to click this in Khor's stock title. That's good. Key takeaway is that these shares aren't going to happen this year. And realistically, that wasn't the plan anyways. The whole point of having those shares ready was so that he could sink if someone's trying to do a takeover or trying to get control of the company or whatever, it gave them the power to sink them, right? Because delusion really just hurts ownership. Percentage ownership. Percentile, if there's a word in there. So we don't really care unless we're trying to take over AMC. But the AMC board of directors probably cares, right? That they're losing power. But that's probably a power play to get rid of their debt holders, and they already kicked out Wanda, but perhaps there's other people. All right, I'm just quickly throwing pasta in a bowl since that was on the stove, which is why I was a little bit late. I basically got hit by the washroom, coffee, squirrels, and my food took longer than expected, all at the same time, and I'm like, come on. I need some edibles. I didn't eat much yesterday and I'm starving. Okay, good enough. And I need that brain power if today's going to be a good day. Going to make those decisions. All right. Sweet. Parma Rosa. No S in there. Gets me where I need to go. Oh, stove is not off. I'll burn the house down. Kill myself. That's an undesirable outcome. Okay. Good, we're rebounding. So we might go for a technical breakout here in a minute. In before 10. Nice. Well, don't get too excited. It's still early. But it's better than where we were. Oh, this is the spicy Parma Rosa. Oh god, my mouth's on fire. I didn't read the label. Oh. Okay, good. So, technical breakout. So our next, so this actually looks pretty good. I have the chart a little squashed because I expect us to travel. So our next stop is right now. And then the next one is 1017, 1015, 1009. And then 1021, 1048, 1038. This one's kind of arbitrary. This guy, and this guy. Okay, if we make it to 1122 today, that's good enough for me. That's a good haul. So let's see that play out on Sesame Street. So yeah, keep in mind the chart's kind of like this, but I'm just crushing it down so that it's a little bit more mute and viewable. It's good. I've become the Jedi Master now. Well done. What is this witchcraft? Green? Yeah, I don't want green. Give me some of that purple drink. The hell is juice? Sausage pen with spicy Parma-Rosa. Ooh, so good. I misread Reddit. I don't know if you saw that, but it says if we break the wall, we passed it, apes. I saw if we break the wall, then we are gonna get gassed, you apes. And I'm like, whoa, it got dark in here. The apes are escaping. Quick, gas them. That was a quick misread. So there's a huge buy-sell, but that's good because that just means the buyers and the sellers are matched, and we didn't go anywhere. The 200 Club has soda, I'm just saying. Oh, man. I'll have to make a new 1,000 Air Club. It'll be the 100 Air Club. When you graduate from the 100 Air Club, you can move into the 1,000 Air Club. Some of these people. Oh, man, and all the lewd dick references. Alright, that's enough Reddit chat for me. Pass. I was just seeing their reaction to the news last night, but it's as garbagey as ever. You're going to have to get through 09 first. And then we have all of this time before the dip. This is good. So far, so good. I spelled channel wrong. Huh, Jesus. Here, I'm going to make a counter title to code quartz there. Okay, just changing the title here. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't notice I hit a button there. Yeah, so now we're basically treading the top here, and then this may get a boost, but we'll get a boost at 04 if we don't actually get a boost. Depends, because you'll get a boost for completing the U shape, even though it's super tiny. But because it's so close to the other one, it might not be noticeable. And see what happens when you try to complete a U-shape early. It gets crushed. So this plays out on the macro as well. So when we're trying to recover and then we have that 30% day, it just gets crushed, right? Because this is like what we've been doing right now. There you go. See, there's the boost. So we're doing our 3% days, but eventually we'll hit the point where we're going to hit the edge, and then we'll get our boost, which might be today. If things keep up, today's going to be our boost day as we get over the technical hurdles. Plus, we're being assisted by the market, generally happy about whatever it was pissed off about. It looks like it's over. So, hooray! Okay, so now you just busted through 09. Oh, yeah, there's the pushback. As always, or generally always. Okay, this is your second time touching it. But if we stay here, this can count as a third. Let's see the confirmation. See there's your 2, 3 because we sat there. Now this one's difficult because you're between two lines. So you got gravitational pull from both of them. So it kind of cancels each other out, but you don't know the strength of each line, so you can't tell. So right now you could kind of envision that there's no gravitational pull because all these lines are canceling each other out, except for maybe here. There'll be pull here and there'll be pull here. So there might be a, right where my cursor is, might be a half and half point. You might see some slowdown, but we'll see. Now the same thing still applies with when you hit a line and you bounce back, right? So that's what you're seeing here. So it blasted through, but it can still bounce back, even though there's another line. So you actually have two bouncing backs at this point, right? But just keep in mind that there's no real gravity when you have lines so close to each other. Or if there is, you won't notice it because it's being balanced out. So even if it does exist, it's being nullified. So some of it is 0, give or take. Because again, these lines could have different weights, but let's just keep it simple and pretend they're the same. Just still working on the description here. Okay. By putting people's names in the descriptions, I'll show up on algorithms when people search for well-known people. But I might as well start a fight with Matt Khor's. He seems like he's decent, but bullshit clickbait titles doesn't do anybody justice. This is what Elon Musk says in the bedroom. I'm Elon Musk, and I demand this to go up right now. Rise! Rise, I say. So, God, my mouth's on fire. Holy shit. This is spicy. Whew. So whenever you start to go down, you gotta, God damn it, hurts. It burns. So there, you're past the 50% mark, if you will. So it's not too bad. And you can also look at it from the larger perspective. So you haven't hit the 50% on the larger perspective, and you just barely touched the 50% on the shorter one. So, it's okay. This is a little bit lower than I would like, but it's not horrible. If you get below this, then it starts to get dangerous. Our dip is coming up in about 40 minutes, so it's a little too early to slow down. If we want a really good day, we shouldn't be slowing down this much. We should be keeping the velocity up. And we haven't had major change in volume, so there is commitment here. This is actually pretty high compared to what we are used to. Yeah, we're already at 12 million. And we haven't even hit 10 o'clock, so this is much better than we normally get. It's still not amazingly high, but it's better, much better. Yeah, I'm seeing 13s, 40, 12, 17s, like solid numbers. So anyways, we want to see some green to get us back here. Hopefully then we'll complete an S shape. So these reds here are right here, and there's your green. And then basically you touch the top here, which will be 1022, and that will be right here. And then that will set us off both on a breakout of the line and on a technical S shape. And because we didn't retract on the larger thing, that's all positive reflections that demand in the volume, that demand has continued for an upwards trajectory. So we'll give that a minute to play out. I gotta go find something to quench this inferno that I have. I did not think it would be this spicy. Holy Christ. I'm just trying to plow down some breakfast, which is why I keep going mute. But the stock's moving quickly, so I don't want to... Jesus Christ, it hurts. I don't want to be gone for too long. So Dow, NASDAQ are going flat. So that's not great, but it's not horrible. It's okay. I'm gonna let this run while I find some liquids. Okay, I'm back. So that was, I looked at the label. It was spicy tomato and Parmesan. So it wasn't really Parma Rosa, even though that's what Parma Rosa is. But spicy was the first word on there. Holy. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I just picked up the jar and I was like, yay, Parma Rosa, which I guess has more cream in it than this one, I guess. I don't really know, but shit, be burning. All right, so no motion yet, but it's still heading towards an S shape, and you got a U shape, or well, it's more like a V here, but you got that forming as well. So that's good. So if you get up, if this isn't the shoulder, right? You're looking for shoulders. That might be the shoulder here. It might roll, or it's the halfway point, so it might roll. But if that doesn't happen, if we manage to get through this line of resistance, which might force the roll because now you got two things adding up against the recovery side, so that might force the roll. If that doesn't happen, then we're going up to the other shoulder, which is here, and you'll have a U shape and then a breakout. And then this one here also lines up with the resistance lines, as they often do. So that one will be good because you'll be going with force to the resistant line. The resistance line will push you back, but you're not halfway through, right? It'd be better if the U shape was up here, and then we would go up and blow through the resistance line with the force of the U shape completion, the recovery side. But that, would be weird because why did you stop here? You normally stop on resistance and support lines because obviously they're a thing. Stocks usually go one direction until something turns them around. And in the morning, usually stocks are heavily driven by themselves. So the interest in this stock is going to be driving us. And then later in the day, you're driven by the market mostly, as your people all fuck off and nobody cares anymore and all that sort of stuff. Of course, if the market is nuclear, you'll be driven by that, but it's still, again, your day traders and your active investors seeing that the market is blood red and reacting to it. Whereas the later end of the day is kind of portfolios and, whichever homeless people are still on the market and not spending time on their yacht. I want a yacht. Actually, I really don't want a yacht. Shitty ass waste of money. So we also may be going into a crown. So easy come, and then here, if we don't see any escape, then we could have an easy go. Now, the likelihood of a crown is muted just because of the time of the day. If we were closer to 10:30, maybe, but it's something to keep in mind. So in the case of a crown, the psychology is that these people here, once they start seeing red right here, are going to precipitate the crashing because they want to get out before it goes back. But because we're so early in the day, unless it's like really fast red, I don't think they'll be spooked. I think they'll give it time. We're already up 7%. They're going to be greedy. And so I wouldn't bank on it, but something to just keep in mind, there is a crown there. So if we do come down to here and we start hesitating, we might fall the rest, because once we hesitate, these people might be like, hey, shit, my money, better take my profits before I lose my 7%, right? So that's something to keep in mind. So right now we're just kind of banging against the roof, and eventually we'll get free. So instead of getting a nice V shape like this, right, the roof's in our way, so we're going bang, bang, then we'll get through and hopefully continue. So that's normal. As long as that bang is not too big and the volume here does not continue to ramp up, we'll be good. An upside down pennant. Well, technically anytime you have indecision, you have a pennant. But there's decision, knockdown from the line. We could actually probably delete this line. And this line is definitely a thing. We can drag it just a little bit further down. Yeah, I wouldn't go as far to say it's a pennant. If this continues wiggling, you'll have a pennant. But essentially, you can draw this to here. So you have strong decision, strong decision, strong decision, strong decision. This is sort of indecision, although this is strong here. But hopefully it'll be short. So if it turns into indecision, then you'll have a pennant here, right? But you have, if this is going to be a crown, you're going to have strong decision in a second that says we're done. So we're right on the cusp, 50-50, whether or not we're going into a crown shape, which is a strong decision negative, which is these guys bailing out. If that happens, I think it's going to trigger a kind of a panic, and we'll probably go down to here. So we're going to overshoot, and then we'll come back, because people are going to want to lock in their profits and then buy lower, right? So let's see. Let's see. Either way, still a good start to the day. And GME is just getting hosed. So that's probably weighing on us as well. They did a good recovery, but they're not walking away from that right now. S&P is that's a clear pendant right there. So you can see the indecision, right? It doesn't know if it wants to go up, doesn't want to go down. That's about as pendenty as it gets. So this is going to come to some point. So there might be some news, maybe something's coming up. So yesterday they're like, okay, things are better now, but there's still indecision about today. So it's going to, or something that's going to happen today. Yeah. At least maybe for the S&P, maybe they're waiting on some type of financial calendar news. 10:30, it's going to be natural gas. Retail inventories came out at 10 o'clock. Pork has exported an extra bunch. That's good. Jobless claims is actually down. Sales, retail sales are -2. Oh my lord. They took out gas and food prices and auto. Okay, retail sales were 6% and they thought it was going to be 27. Anyways, this thing, economic calendar, tends to, they have COVID deaths. Ooh. 476,000 people. And they have 1.2, God, they really need commas or decimal points. 121 million active cases right now. That's not too bad, considering that's all of Europe. Or all of Europe that's in the EU. Okay. So that's good. So we found our support basically on this line. These guys here. So that's good. But we still have the potential to break down if things go poorly. We'll break down to here. At least now, since this is muted, we're not going to have a big dip. If we break down from here, it will stop on this line here because it doesn't have as much energy now that we've basically delayed it. Which is the same thing. When we're going up and we have too much red, you essentially are muting its steam. So this is crashing and you muted its steam. So even if it has a little bit more energy, because whatever, it's not going to be as strong. So the next major resistance line, it will stop, essentially. Unless, of course, it was like crazy crashing and you slowed it down a bit. Then it might take a few more support lines. Obviously, you got to scale it to the severity, right? But anyways, so that's good. So now it's going to build a base and hopefully break up. Hopefully. If not, we'll go wiggle, and we'll basically have a pennant shape. So we could preemptively draw one like this. And I don't know what the bottom is. We don't really have enough data for a bottom, but there's the top. So if we can kind of get out of here, we should see a surge. You could even make this a wedge using this support line. That would work. Or you could take it like this and use this support line, because that would hold up as well, psychologically. So basically here, if it breaks here, it's going to collapse down. So it would look like a breakout from a wedge. And here, if it gets below this, it will break down severely, which will look like a breakout from a wedge. So that's valid, you know. That's kind of two different psychological thingies, but they're both saying the same thing, which is if we go any further than this, I'm probably going to sell because I want to lock in my profits, blah, 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 right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I don't use the MACDs or the exponential moving averages. So EMAs, partly just because it's good for analyzing stocks and in the past, basically. And it can give you confirmation. Maybe when things are moving very quickly, it's useful because it can help confirm stuff. But for the most part, I can just look at the chart and it doesn't. I don't need it. It's just more shit on my screen. Yeah. With well, we can flip over to the moving averages and take a look at them. With the moving averages, they do help you detect a bottom because you have the future and the past are converging, and that gives you a good sense of, you know, if the future or the now is fed up and the future is becoming fed up, or the past is becoming fed up. When they merge together, everyone's fed up, and so then you know that something's going to change, right? But I don't really care about the past, right? I can see the past, and I draw constantly in my head averages like this, which is essentially like a moving average. So I draw one all the time, basically crushing these peaks down to get a sense for the 5 minutes or the third. It's like, so this is what's sitting in my head right now. So I'm looking at it because I can't quickly flip through all these charts. So I'm looking at the 3-minute chart and the 5-minute chart, but I'm in the 1-minute chart. Because if you get stuck in the weeds, if you're looking at these patterns and you're not thinking about the bigger patterns, so if you look here, there's no crown shape, right? You're going into a dome, and a dome is incredibly negative. And then if you look at this one, again, a dome, but this could be an S shape, right? If we just get a large green, you could have an S. You look at this one, okay, you're almost at 100% retraction, so that's very negative as well. And then this one, same thing. This one, oh, everything's great, right? So your perception dictates your reality. So you got to kind of keep everything in mind at all times. But I've trained myself on the 1 minutes. So, you know, whatever works for you, do it. But 1 minutes are my my time frame. A lot of people use dailies like this. And dailies are good to look at because a lot of the patterns that are really well thought out work on daily charts. Because that's used to be what was published in newspapers, right? They're not going to print a newspaper showing minutes, right? So they would show you the dailies of all these stocks, and you could do your patterns off of those. Anyways, but the dailies, you know, the dailies are telling us the macro picture. We can see here, we're getting a U, right? But anyways, a moving average and all that sort of stuff would help tell us that, but you can just use your eyeballs, and that's good too. But whatever works for you. I'm going to quickly flip over to it if I can remember which one of these it is. It should be select layout. No. No. Oh, yes, yes. So the moving average ribbon. Here you go. So there's that one. Oops. And this one. And then there's displaced EMA, which is what a lot of people use as well. So this one is basically averaging out over 20 cells. And this one's the exponential moving average. And let me just quickly Google that, because EMA stocks, just to tell you in proper term what it is. It's a moving average, MA, that puts a greater weight and significance on the most recent data point. It's also known as a weighted moving average, whereas the other one is just a pure average. This one's an average with a bias to the newest, or a simple moving average, an SMA, which provides equal weight against all the observations in the time period. So the EMA produces buy and sell signals based on crossovers and divergences from the historical average. So if you have a 20 and say a 200 here, the 200 gives you the historical, and the 20 gives you the now. So you can say, oh look, it's breaking from, how high is it from the average? Is this too much? Is this too little? But then you can also do that by just summarizing, by looking at a day chart or drawing some lines. But whatever, that's how it works. Here, I'll give you the article for it if you'd like. It also goes and explains it a little bit more. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. It's weighted. Yeah, there you go. So it's kind of useful if you can learn. You can learn that way and set it up. It saves you basically zooming out. But I mean, you can probably draw this line in your head real easy. You're going up, you went up quickly, so average it down. But the longer you stay going up quickly, slowly bring it towards it. Oh, we're turned around, so turn around. So you just kind of lag your mouse, right? If it goes up really quickly, you start to follow it, but don't follow it too much. Oh, it's going down. Well, don't go down, just curve. It's really straightforward. But yeah, I don't use them, so I don't have much value in them as noted. So a lot of people use oscillators, which are like these guys down here. It makes you look cool. Here's the money coming in. Here's the money flowing out. Here's the relative strength of the stock. I don't know what this one is, a Scholastic Relatively Strength indicator. So I don't know what that's showing, because again, I don't use these. But blah, 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 blah. Let's go back to the ribbon, because it looks cool. So right here, you see a divergence, or a convergence of the past, future. No, wait. The past, the near past, and the far past. There we go. They're going to merge together, and then that's going to tell you that there's going to be a turnaround. But we're going to see the turnaround before they merge together, most likely. So, anyways, if that's your thing, I'll just leave that up for a tiny bit. So in my technical analysis, I would say we're 50-50 still. The dip is usually 1030, and we can quickly look at the fuck, my mouse on fire. The market indexes to confirm that, and I'll do that in a minute. I'm just plowing down this pasta, which is why my mouse on fire. But the EMAs are saying that we're still continuing. But I don't know how to read them 100%. So maybe they're telling us we're done, but based on my knowledge of EMAs, it's going to say we continue. And then that works with my wedge. We're basically 50-50 until we hit the top of the wedge or the bottom of the wedge. And right now it's looking at we're going to break down and break out of the wedge. Whew, but we'll see. What looks like it happened is we basically did do the crown shape, but we had a delay. So our buyers were strong enough to stop the rapid crash on the crown shape, but we did just finish right there, completed the crown shape. So now that the crown shape's completed and we didn't panic sell, that's good, because all the people that would have left on the downward slope did. So all that's left is now buyers. All the sellers are technically gone for the next short period of time. And then that's really good because we're so close to the edge of the wedge. If we can carry that strength for less than 5 more minutes, we'll eventually break out and go flying. And we won't have any sellers until we get to a certain profit height, which will probably be about 10:07. So yeah, let's see how that works. But you can see the volume at the bottom. That whole sell-off was basically nobody. And that whole flat area on the crown piece there was also pretty much nobody. So it's more of just the market took a rest and the sellers took over. So no real strong commitment, and that's a good sign. But then also no real strong commitment from our buyers, which is less than great. But anyways, so now you're seeing a convergence on the yellow and the orange. So they're telling you now that the 20 frames ago and the 25 frames ago are all matching each other, which pretty much is true, right? And then if we keep going sideways, the 30, the 40 will start matching each other as well. And then eventually, if we keep going sideways, they'll all basically look the same. If we go down severely and then come back up, these lines will go down severely, but the bottom lines will still be, they'll still have weight from these guys. So you'll need a countering huge dip to bring these red lines together. And then what that's telling you, if you're using this, is that what I've just basically described in plain English is a second ago, is that if we go up, right, we got all these buyers, let's say 100 people, and then we go down, right, we've lost 100 people, let's say. And then if we do this, we lost an additional 100 people, so we're in the hole or a deficit. And then we come back, we're now neutral, right? But that took plus 100 people. So these guys here, these 100 were just waiting in the wind, and now they're back to waiting in the wind. So they stepped in, got out, then they stepped back into the market. And so when you go up with energy and you lose energy, and then you go into the negatives, these guys are showing you basically the average of that large flow of money. Are we gaining people? Are we losing people? Right? And so when they all merge, you're basically saying that the long-term money flow and the short-term money flow are looking equal. And then that means you're in a prime position to either go up or go down, because you're not being held back or held up, I guess is the opposite, by whatever, like depending if this is down or this is up. You got a convergence of all these people. And so if it's trending your way, I guess, then it will give you a boost or whatever, right? Whatever you're looking for. Anyways, so that's kind of how these work. But again, they're not insanely useful. I pretty much explained that like right here with the crown. If we did a really short EMA, the crown would basically show us a convergence point, probably right here, telling us that it's going to crash. So we were going up, there'd be a convergent point here and here. I think no, it'd be, yeah, I think it's here. Because our average would say we're low, and our short-term average would say that we're going down, and then they would meet, and that would tell you that party time's over. I think. I can't really visualize it. Actually, you know what? I can just fucking do it. Here, let's see. Inputs. Let's set this to 1. Oops, wrong key. 1. Okay. We'll set this one to 2.5, 2, 4. Anyways, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. 4, 2, 4, 6. So this one would be really tight. And as a result, you're going to see, even less useful information than a wider average. 12, the next one would probably be around 15, and then 20. Or keep it tight, we'll do 18. Okay. So here you go, convergence. So the short-term average is saying, it's following the stock tightly. So the convergence point was on the second peak right here. That's telling you that something has happened. Well, no shit, we can see it, right? And then your nether conversion point is here. So then this is telling you the turnaround, right? And then this is telling you the next turnaround. There's the other turnaround. And then we're coming up on a breakout here. See? Turnaround. And now it's confirmed, right? So that's what people use these for, because they are showing you, potential spots. But see, it misses this one. It misses this one. It only works in some cases, right? Generally, when the going is good and then it stops going good, this gives you a heads up, because obviously the early lines are starting to go down because they're following the stock, and then the averages that are older are basically still trending upwards, and they run into the descending line, right? But anyways, that's what I was trying to explain, but it's easier for you to just see it. You can see the benefit here. But when you use a daily chart, right, that rainbow is very useful. Where the hell is it? So the daily chart is telling you, okay, here's probably a good time to buy, and then just ignore all of this garbage, right? This is too high. This is too much hype, right? So it helps you understand where you are in the world by smoothing out. And these numbers can be very useful too if you do math-based stock trading. If you're looking at these and saying, okay, I want to buy at 960, I'll buy at the 40 minute average or 40-day average, and I'll sell at the 20-day or whatever, right? Because I know that if it's going over the 20-day average, it's probably too excited. But if I buy at the 40-day average, that's like where we've been for the last 40 days. So we're sure as shit probably going to be higher than the 20-day average eventually. Blah, 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 blah. So anyways, that's EMAs for you, right? So we can get rid of that pretty average. Does that actually exist? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's different. Okay, let's get rid of these since I don't use them. So we had our wedge breakout, right? As predicted earlier. Let me just redraw this because I want to get a more accurate, because we're seeing it stalling. So let's get a more accurate, and I'll catch up on the chat in a second since I'm kind of busy. Okay, so the wedge breakout actually hasn't happened. So there's this one here, but there's actually this one here with this line right here. So we're actually still in the wedge, and that's why it pays to redraw. So this is technically a downwards tipped pennant. And these things are strangely, extremely down to the line. I don't know why, but I'm guessing because lots of people draw pennants. So the people doing the trades will play, like, watch this one touch this line and watch it go. If it goes over this line, it'll probably just boost. And it's, I don't know why. It seems like it's an arbitrary place in time and space. But I'm guessing people do this. They do lots of trend lines off of tops and bottoms. And the people that do channels, they would do something like, well, maybe like this. So there's a channel here. Well, actually, let's do that. The bottom of this guy to the bottom of this guy. So there's a channel here. So for channel people, it's breaking the top of the channel. So then they'll be like, oh, it's time to buy as well, right? So I'm sure there's a bunch of different schools of thought. Maybe if we put the technical scholastic garbage back on, people would be seeing their thing. Okay, so now we should see a boost from this if my lines are right. And the volume comes with, which it currently is not. Come on, volume. Punch it. A little bit more. That's not really a boost. There you go. So, there you go. See? There. It's like I know what I'm doing. But I don't know how the fuck. It's just an arbitrary piece of line, right? But it's apparently a thing, right? You can almost set your watch to it. When the volume, of course, comes through, which it just did. So, all right, gonna catch up on the chat. I'm gonna move the chat to. I'm not playing my game today because it's very quick moving. So I'll just put the chat where I can see it. Ooh, another stimulus check? Hell yeah. Looks like kids are going to be investing in the stock market. Yeah, there we go. No, it's so when you have triangles, wedges, or pennants, it's just a matter of time before you break out of it. Essentially, there's a peak, a point, and it has to, even if it goes completely sideways, it's got to eventually break out. And the psychology of that, as I've said quite a few times now, is basically you can't have a stock going sideways, absolutely flat. You cannot have a huge multi-million people playing in an arena betting on cows and everyone just sits there and twiddles their fingers. So eventually, if there's a stalemate, it has to break. And that's what the pennant kind of represents. So we've seen a few times on this channel where it's literally gone like 1 cent for like 5 to 10 minutes to the right. Usually that requires low volume. So that means everyone is twiddling their fingers. But pennants generally give you a definite time for the breakout. The breakout may be shitty, This one's not doing so good, but you're guaranteed some form of jump. Just a little bit maybe, but you're pretty much, I would say, almost 100% guaranteed some form of breakout in one direction. I can't even think of a time that it hasn't done a breakout. The breakouts can be small, but it almost always has one. Yeah. I would hate to say 100% of the time. There's got to be an exception to the rule, but I can't think of one in my 5 years of experience of day trading. Yeah, normally if it doesn't happen, it's because it wasn't a pennant. So again, that's a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy, but usually that's the case. You draw one, and it wasn't what you thought it was, because a pennant is indecision leading to flat, then a breakout. So if that psychology doesn't exist, you don't have your breakout, right? It will collapse on itself, or it turns into a crown or something. I don't know what it would turn into. But generally, once you have a clear pennant, wiggle up and down, and then it's tightening on a point, that one I would say is all the time, 100% does a breakout or breakdown. Yeah, especially when they're big. If they're over the course of a couple of hours, it's guaranteed, I would say. Yeah, it's the small ones that you're like, okay, here's a pennant, but you only have 5 minutes of data. So it's like, or it could just be a downwards trend, a channel. There could be a whole host of things you're not seeing. You don't know, right? That's the fun of the stock market. So yeah, anyway, so we had a little bit of a breakout here. So, so if this kept going, it would have had to stop by 1036. So we're also at 1030, so we should be seeing a dip now that I'm done my spicy noodles. So there was no dip. So we're going to give it to about 1050. So whatever dip that was supposed to be here, or better yet here, basically was muted, flat, which means there was enough buying pressure to turn a U into a straight line. So this is all the buying pressure basically. So that's good because it means once the time frame is over, so the historical depression of this time frame is over, then all those buyers will basically do this. Well, minus the down part. They'll do this to everything, right? And so you're seeing that right there. So once 1030 passed and nothing happened, then basically this is what's happening naturally with the gravity. Now that the gravity lifts, the buyers that were keeping the line flat now make the line go up because they're still there, right? And that's what you're seeing here. But we just want to make sure that maybe there's not a delay. Just because it looks good doesn't mean it is good. So we went up before 1030 and we're going up right after 1030. So I'm a little leery. So give it just another 10 minutes. And if we don't see anything in 10 minutes, we're clear, I think. So play it safe. So the Dow had a dip, but it was very muted as well. So they tried to go into a dip twice. And then basically it didn't want to go any lower. It's like quite the sideways motion here. You don't normally see such a tight motion, but they're starting to curve a little, so don't get too excited. So they had their dip early. Okay, so maybe they just got it out of the way. It's possible. If you go down a little earlier, you shake out all the people that wanted to sell. They'll sell earlier, especially if you see long reds. So the people that were waiting to 1030 basically then pile in, and you'll see long reds because you're getting all the paper-handed bitches that would be in this time frame, they shift up. And so the regular people are here, then they get more people, and so you see an increase because these people have shifted. But that means when you come over to that time frame, there's no sellers. So you'll see positivity, which is what you saw right here. So, that's a possibility. Because, yeah, when you're looking at stocks, you can think of it as just people. There's sellers and buyers. Buyers can be sellers as well, vice versa. So you're kind of really judging based on their sentiment, how they feel. So if they were planning to sell at 10:30 and something told them to sell earlier, they're not going to continue to sell at 10:30. They did what they're going to do, right? So if you shake people out of the tree, or whatever euphemism you want to use, right? People buy heavy at one period, those people are going to turn into sellers at some other period. So if they're happy now, and we got 1 million people now playing, now there's 1 million people that could be unhappy later. So you got to keep that balance, that money flow, that sentiment flow in your head, or energy flow, whatever you want to call it. And so that's the constant balance. That's what you're always trying to readjust and refine all the time. If you want to get in the head of traders, or you want to day trade, right? And then all of that will stay neutral and normal and easy going until something happens, like news, or CEO dies, president gets assassinated, whatever. And that's why we look at the indexes, because they'll tell us about major problems, market level problems. What happens with us is micro, medium term. So when we diverge from the market, that's our problems. When the market brings us down, that's market problems. And the market generally goes up, so if it's just short-term negativity, that's good. But we don't want to see AMC negative when the market is happy, because that means we have short-term problems, but they're bad. And if we don't know what they are, they could be real problems, right? So that's basically our day. That's what we do as a day trader. That's what I do as a day trader. I shouldn't say we. I don't represent the Federation of Day Traders. So it looks like we might be going either into a U or a W. It's kind of the same. So the line to beat is 990. And you got kind of this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if it's a W, we should probably go to about here before we get our takeoff. If it's a U shape, it could complete at any time. It could have completed here, and this was the halfway mark, and this was the breakdown. That's a possibility. That might be what's happening. If that's the case, then that's the breakdown. We'll have another bounce to here, and we'll see if it does a W or if it goes through. We'll see. There might even be a support line that I'm not aware of in here, and that's just it bouncing across the ceiling. Really doesn't matter. All we care about is that it doesn't make new lows. 971. We don't want it to go lower than that. So we'll just oh, I put lemons on the chart. It's done. There's a little bit of delay. Oh, you need more lemons. Okay. All right, more lemons. 1, 2. All right, let's get the lemon brigade out here. Since today will probably be a positive day, it's a good day for lemons. Okay. And I'll just clean up a little since this is complete. That's complete. That's complete. That's our lemon riot squad. Things get really bad, we'll summon the Dark Lord of Lemons, but so far so good. 2 out of 3, not bad. Well, judging by the person's avatar, he's either a robot or just a lover of Dogecoin. Yep. So yeah. So right now, you can see that the stock's really slow, but you can see it down here, right? If the stock's not moving, it looks like it's dead. You got to confirm that with the volume. If the volume's high and the stock's not moving, you're probably inside a pennant or something bad is about to happen generally. High volume with no motion is dangerous. It's like a bomb waiting to go off. Low volume, no motion is just nobody playing. No volume, high motion is basically one side winning. So the buyers have fucked off or the sellers have fucked off. If it's if it's the buyers that have fucked off, that generally means there's some piece of negative news. If the sellers have fucked off, that can be normal. But for buyers not to be there generally means that they're trying to avoid something. Because people are greedy naturally. So they'll buy because it's a good deal. It's a sure thing, right? If they're not buying, that means they're worried. It's not a great deal. What if it goes down? Blah, 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 blah. Right? So keep the psychology in mind. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Another betrayal. Kirsty, what is it? The something but inevitable betrayal. I can't remember the term. Somebody might be able to tell me. It's without Googling it, yeah. That's a great quote. Sudden but inevitable betrayal. Yes, that's it right there. That's it. It's sudden. Yeah. And that is a good phrasing because it's like, the problem is that it's sudden, but I knew it was coming, but curse, it's sudden, right? So it catches you off guard, but you're not dumb enough to know it wasn't going to happen. Yeah, I love it. It was so good. Yeah. Yeah, Coinbase isn't bad, as I said yesterday, but it's like, that's a hell of a high price to start off at, right? Like, dilute your shares a little bit more because no retail investor is going to risk $400 and see it turn into $200, right? But if they risk $40 and it turns to 20, it doesn't scare them as much. So once we get a little bit more height on this green, we'll have confirmation that it was, what shape would this be? This would be, I guess, a U shape. We didn't even get to do a W. Or we could have been doing a W and we did a second W, basically, a really tiny one. But that tells us, based on what we can see on the chart now, it tells us that there's no ceiling. There wasn't a ceiling. So it was that red that was to the left was not a bounce. It was a collapse for some reason. So we weren't bouncing off some rooftop based on what we're seeing right now. So that could be that we were trying to do a U shape and we went up too early. We were a little too excited at 10:30 because the rest of the market was going up. It really doesn't matter. But based on how the chart's moving right now, it indicates that there was no support or resistance line that we bounced off of. So now we know there's nothing at 985, 986. There's nothing there. Now, of course, that peak will now produce a little bit of a support line because all peaks and all valleys are technically support lines and resistance lines. But anyways, it don't matter because now we are out. So even if it was a U, a W, or whatever, we've broken out. So now we should go for a run. This is complete. This is complete. So we technically did a W, I guess. We basically did a really fast W. So I don't know what caused that, but that's probably the 10:30 sell-off, just got delayed. See, that's what it was. So it was basically the larger market started their sell-off, and it just pulled us down. So we had a temporary deflation from the broader market. The tides got pulled out, but once that settled down, which it did, now we boosted out. Now the Dow is dragging us down again, so it kind of stopped our little bull run here, but we're now in a better place. So as long as we stay above this, we're good to go, right? So easy peasy, literally lemon squeezies. So simple stuff. See, I can tell you what's going on, but we can't do anything about it. So I'm just giving you the play-by-play, but you're watching a sports game here. there's no real participation. But you could buy and sell based on this. So if we know, we know we're going into a certain shape, you could say buy here, and then if it doesn't do the shape, sell. So we don't know. We know what's going to likely happen. If it doesn't happen, we're wrong, we missed something, whatever. But if we're right, and we should be, then you can capitalize and make money. And that's basically the day trader's goals here. You're looking for short-term plays. You're sniping. Oh yeah, we can look at ENF. Yeah, it's 10, almost 11. What the hell's 11? So that's like pure robots trading within 100th of a 1,000th of a penny. Wish. So they're up 4%, but they're basically gone flat after a huge flat line a few days ago. Yeah, which is here. They went down 80%. There's the bounce, the dead cat bounce. But ultimately, if we follow this line here, let's just do a line right here. It took them, they bounced for 2 days, then they got back, they tried again, and now they're under that line. And that's normally the case. If you have a huge drop like this, you do not recover immediately. It's either immediately, like you come right back up, but this was not even close to a recovery. So the second day, it's like, this is all stupid. And this was just stupid as well. And then they realized it. And then basically they're like, well, okay, maybe this is the bottom. And it's like, you're 3 days in, sure. But 2 of those days you weren't paying for it, So they try again. And nope. Now this might be the bottom, unless there's still more to go. This wasn't the whole drop. So it's still kind of risky, even though I like this stock quite a bit. NIO is taking a nosedive as I expected. So basically, you remember I had a short position on them that I stopped. But basically, I had a short position since 40, right up here, right? So that would have paid out if I would have let it go. That would have paid out 10% over 7 days. Not my best winnings, but you see it went up as well. So I could have made 3% here, 5% there. What's this guy? I would have shorted that. That's 10%. So that's good. This one I'm waiting to pay out. I'm unfortunately way down here. I think I'm at 68. But this one's gonna fucking crash. It's gonna. This is a healthy growth though. But my money's still on down, you bastards. CCL, I think, is going to do good. But pandemic news is like their stock, they're getting murdered. Like their earnings, sorry, I should say. I think they're a little too high for, they still can't run because the pandemic is going. But the vaccine's rolling. Maybe they'll do all vaccinated only trips. Like, there's some positivity here. But when we still have virus that can beat the vaccine, you do not want to stuff people on a boat, right? And then we're in a U-shape, technical, and we're also being held down for the same reasons mentioned for the carnival. You don't want to stuff people in a theater with the toxic airs. Okay. So we're just leveling out on this resistance support line. I think you'd probably, well, thank you for the kind words to start with, but I think if I decided not to stream, you probably would just panic sell and panic buy. You know. Yeah, well, I mean, where, Jer, you could just stream and make up shit as you go along, and you probably have a higher subscriber count than me. You know, it's like you could just take somebody with no experience, as long as you know how to like hype it up, right? But people that follow this stream is because they want no bullshit. Yeah, but where are you getting that information from, Overkill? Is it the last update of the FINRA? Because 100K shares, we'd be out of shares in the next 2-3 minutes. So it's clearly not quite right. And if we were going to be out of shares in the next 3 minutes, you would see so much volume because they the smart money, if you will, right? We're technically the dumb money, right? We don't have the knowledge, the skills, the information, the technology. We don't have that, right? That the people that are moving millions do. So they know before we know, and so we can only hope to play catch up or find things they haven't found yet, which is like penny stocks and stuff. So if this is the case, if this is the case that we're down to our last, let's say, 5 minutes worth of shares, the smart money would pile in, buy up all the shares, force the market to then go crazy, and then cash out, right? They would do a power play, quick in and out. It would be super smart, but then, you know, that's not the case, right? They would buy up all the available shares and just drive the market through the roof. But yeah, I don't know where they're getting this number from, but if that's the available float, that's just how much is left in the market maker's hands. And so once he's gone, the volatility will increase. But that doesn't mean anything. If there's, well, I mean, that does mean something. I shouldn't say it doesn't mean anything. And if the total available shares that are, what's the other one? So there's the float, and then there's the total outstanding shares, I think is the other one. If that one goes to zero, yikes. That's going to cause insane volatility. But the float, not so much. Oh, if it's borrowing, that's completely different. That's for short selling. That doesn't matter. That matters even less. Because that number can completely change all the time. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not 100% sure on utilization, and every day I say I'm going to Google it, and I'll do that right now. Stock utilization rates are the numbers of shares borrowed against the number of shares that institutional investors are willing to lend. A higher rate means there's more supply of shares in the security lending market is being... Oh, a higher rate indicates that the supply of shares in the security lending market... A higher rate indicates that more of the supply of shares in the securities lending market is being borrowed. So 100% utilization rate would tell you that the likelihood of short sellers facing a buy-in if investors recall their loan shares is high. An increase of 100% over a 0 means every single share is out on loan. Normally it's around 2/3, plus it's not, a lot of these can be hidden on the black market, if you will, right? Okay, so then that's fine. So that just means the short sellers have ran out of shares to loan. So that's what the utilization rate is. So 100% utilization just means the short sellers are out of shares, so they can't short anymore. So it doesn't mean the entire float is consumed. What's AMC's float? That one will cause us trouble. If we look at FinViz, even FinViz is drawing pennants. Look at this. So FinViz is doing what Backstop, I think, was talking about yesterday. They're drawing the blue line represents the $30 in December. It looks like the yellow and the red are the averages. It looks like, yep, an SMA. And then the other two are probably trending off the peaks. An aggressive pennant, which we're going into, and a less aggressive one that will probably be the side of the U shape, which will line up. But yeah, if we look at the FinViz and we look at our float, where the hell are we? Float. So there's short float. Insiders own 10% of the stock. Insiders have been liquefying their positions. Oh, sorry. Insiders used to own a bunch. Insiders have liquefied almost 100% of their position. Awesome. There is 233 million shares in the float and 467,000 shares still unaccounted for, not used or consumed or held. So we have a combination. I don't know if shares float counts with the shares outstanding. Either way, we got 467 million shares still good to go. So we're at no risk of going into a thin market. They're just talking about short sellers. And if you bought at any time in January, you would have made over 341% on your money so far. If you bought at any time this month, you would have lost 33% of your money. But still a good stock. Not many things give you over 110% a month. That's pretty fucking good. Okay, so yeah, this FinViz needs to be updated. So B. Riley Securities have upgraded us from a neutral to a buy, from a 7 to 13 on April 5th. And then the downgrade happened last year. So Credit Suisse, Loop Capital still reiterates their April 8th sell to $1. Fuck Loop Capital. Fuck those guys. This FinViz is good. They got all the news here. Motley Fool is saying that AMC might double. Yeah. And then, so at 9 o'clock today, Motley Fool's like, hey, AMC could double. And yesterday at 6 a.m., AMC Entertainment's no-win scenario. Fucking hate Motley Fool. Clickbait titles. So negative, negative, positive, negative, 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 positive. Yeah, that's a lot of negative news. 5 ultra popular stocks to avoid like the plague. Did King Kong and Godzilla just save the stock? Like, they just post negative and positive like right beside each other. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, just sorry I'm not looking at the chart right here. I'm just reading FinViz real quick. So yeah, the board of directors have been selling off their positions. So FinViz now has information about the sell-off. So let me go take a look. Okay, I'll go fix the lemon guard. Yeah. I hate when they're too close together. All right, let's get that reinforcements up. Okay, so Wanda liquefied on February 1st and exercised their options for 46 million shares. And then Wanda liquefied as a director on March 20th and March 19th. So let's go back and figure out when the 14 was. So that was March 22nd. So who was liquefying then? March 22nd. March. Yeah, so March 22nd. That's March 19th. So March 19th, that was Wanda. That was 1 million shares. And March 20th, which was over the weekend, odd. So this is Wanda. So Wanda liquefied over 13,000 shares right here. Or sorry, 13 million shares over these 2 days. So that was our pain in the ass Wanda experience. That 14 hold was Wanda. Okay, and then Silver Lake, they also dropped out at February 1st. So March, February 1st. So right here, Wanda participated in this, dragging us down. That's also Wanda, those assholes. And they bailed 2 million here, and they got $30 million. Okay. Silver Lake bailed in here, right here. And the directors 29th. So 29th, 29 right here. So our chief content officer and our developer of international and sold here. And then 17 right here. Chief counsel, chief accounting, chief content officer, same person, and general counsel and secretary all sold basically in here. But that's good because that's them just taking a little off the top. That's acceptable. And then it actually spiked up, so fuck them and their little dogs. And they only sold a little bit. They sold like 40,000 shares. So $500,000, you know, that's pretty good. And then Wanda went and bailed ass candies and basically took almost $200 million out of our sales, or like our win sales, and that's what did this. Okay, so now do we know what did this? April 5th. No. So, okay. So anyway, so that's Wanda. So we've confirmed it's Wanda. Somebody said it was Wanda, but now that I have the data, that was definitely Wanda. Because we were doing good. You know, we were on our way to go up. but you just lost $200 million in the span of a few hours. That's going to set you back a bit. So yeah, in December there was a lot of sell-offs. That's good. So we've basically shook out most of the douchebags, and there's only 10% of the. No, not even 10%. There's less than 0.4% left for them to sell. So pretty much they have sold out completely. There's almost no shares inside the insiders' hands. So they are toast. Now institutionals hold 10% of the company, or 10% of AMC now, and they're up 59%. So they've halved halved in the positive sense, gone up half. So that's good. That number should increase as time goes by. Good. Okay. Anyways, I'll go back to looking at the stock, but I like FinViz. I haven't looked at it in a while. So let's just go back here. Yeah, no, backstop. You're not vindicated. Just because they're showing a pennant doesn't mean it's a real pennant. Oh no, it's getting through. Well, at least the lemon guard has repelled their advances. So here we were trending outside of a U shape. We couldn't get any height, and then we just collapsed on ourselves. And then if we look at the broader market, we're good. Is it GME? It might be GME. It could be that we're just going sideways for too long. So there's a little bit of a sell-off because we're not getting the height that we should. So there's profit taking and all that sort of stuff. Because it doesn't look like anybody's really driving us down. If they were going to drive us down, it was going to be at 1050 leading up to 11. And see, that's what I said also too about, so there was no 1030 dip, and in fact we started to take off. But if you bought any period in this, you got fucked, right? So that's why I said give it about another 10 minutes. So, 20 minutes later, see what's going on. Once this happens, you're probably out of the woods now. But, don't buy in too early. Yes, it's high risk, but, minimize your risks because you can't judge the top. So you'll be like, oh, yeah, it's still good. Oh, it's still good. And then, boom, you get screwed, right? So either make sure you have a lot of room, buy real early, and sell. You can sell later. But if you buy late, you have to sell early because it's too tight. Unless you're crazy fast. Anyway, it's just a word of warning. Okay. Let's get these guys in a better position. There we go. Actually, can shift them over. Okay. So, we are good. So it looks like the market's going to keep going happy, hopefully. It's looking good. So we are just going to ride the trend, or we're going to keep riding whatever's going to happen. We're just going to keep doing it. I think GME is looking at a crash. They're basically treading the bottom again. So as soon as they get under this, they'll probably do this again. Now it's not as bad as the 13th, where they were basically just treading nuclear annihilation here at 132. They got a lot of headroom, if you will. So I don't think it's as bad, but if they go down, we go down. So something to keep in mind as we wait for this to do its thing. So right now, is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? I don't really know. It's basically should be going up. It didn't. Because it didn't, we went down. But I don't know if that sentiment is over, or are we going to keep going down because, we're unhappy now? I would like to think because the broader market's going up, we're slowly but surely trending upwards. But I shouldn't be seeing all this negativity if that's the case. So there is something that's pissed on our cornflakes, basically. Because you see 11 o'clock, there was down before it. There was down before 11 o'clock, but which is this, right? But we're not seeing the upswing, right? So this pissed on us, but where's this? So there's that, but where's this? So there's something not quite right, and I don't know what it is. So I'm going to lean on that we're going to either go sideways or down, and then I would wait until I see positivity, and then I can buy back in. So, because I don't know why we're mute. Now, it could be also that our volume just took a hit. So we went down with the market, and because people just walked away, I don't know, took an early lunch, whatever, they didn't buy back in, right? So, because you can see our volume, our participation rate, if you will, it just bottomed out. And then these large reds were basically done on no volume. 200 shares, 500 shares. So these don't really mean anything. They're oversized, if you will. So perhaps we are going to go positive, but I wouldn't want to bet any money on it or say with any confidence because I don't know. Too hard to tell. Yep. If your stonks stay rock green hard for more than 4 hours, you're going to need a technician. I don't think there was much exposure about the dilution either, eh? Plus, who the hell's following Trey's trades, right? But I think if they actually did they actually file the guarantee? Because if they do, that would show up, and then they would write news about it. If they just set it on Trey, then it probably hasn't gotten anywhere yet. Oh, what have I done? Oh, they did file it. Okay. Then that is odd that they haven't made a big deal out of it, considering AMC is such a hype wagon, right? Oh no, they've done the. Okay, so the guarantee is something else. The vote is completely different. Let's not confuse those two. We don't vote on that guarantee, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the delusion is not bad. I don't really hate it. It's just a very bad time to use it. And if they decide to use it next year, that's good. I don't care. You need it for the long-term health of the stock. But right now we're in the recovery phase, and the last thing you want to do is just shit on it. We're having a hard enough time recovering, and then you just go ahead and just dilute it. Like, no, it's not what we need right now, right? So yeah, I'm happy. If they're gonna promise to use it next year, or they don't use it all at once, if they used it like a little bit all throughout the year, we wouldn't even notice. 500 million is nothing. But if they do it all at once, it'll shock the system, right? So yeah, that works. Works for me. Help me if I need it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't even get the voting papers. It might still be in the mail.
But I usually never vote. I don't really care. I care a little bit more about AMC now. I'm kind of invested in this company, like literally and figuratively. Well, sorry, figuratively and literally. Um, but most companies, like I never voted for any of the weed companies. I don't really care. They're gonna do what they want to do. Let other people that actually care. I only hold like 1,000 shares, but I feel a little bit more invested in AMC. Yeah, but that'd be weird if I got all the Canadians together that are invested in AMC and found out how much percentage we own collectively. It'd be funny if like Canada saved America's movie theaters. It would just be hilarious. Oh, and our largest stakeholder is Canada, and next is Sweden and the UK. And Americans hold only 10% of their own shit. Haha, success. We're taking your country out from the inside. Yep. Oh, okay. So then that's good backstop. So that's good you clarified that. Yeah. Because I think the reason they wanted these extra shares, the tactical move, is that they're going to use them to stop hostile takeovers and really fuck with their debt holders. So they probably want a little bit of ammo in their gun truck, and then they also will be able to use it to basically print money, right? So if they need it, they'll have an extra 43 million to offer, whatever they got to do to stay alive, right? Either way, it's going to draw value to the company. The downside is that whoever owns ownership in the company is going to have less. But as you just saw from FINRA, the institutional ownership is 10%. Those people would be unhappy, and those people might actually be waiting. So maybe what they did is they all sold out, and they were waiting till the dilution happens so they can buy back in and get, their proper ownership, right? So actually, yeah, that might be actually a thing. They might be waiting because ownership matters to institutionals because you got, $10 billion invested in AMC. You want to have a say in making sure your money doesn't get fucked, right? And that's like what debt holders do, like Wanda, Silver Lake. They come in, they give you lots of money, but then they sit there and make sure you don't waste it, right? So if you're going to dilute them to kick them out or fuck with them, then the institutions are going to avoid being fucked with, right? They don't have to be there. They're not a debt holder. They can leave, come, do whatever they want. So that might be what the institutionals are doing. There is buy-in from institutionals. It is increasing, but we haven't seen hardcore institutional investing. And I always thought it's because the stock is risky, which is true. But what is air quote risky, right? So maybe that is a risk that I wasn't really thinking of. Maybe they want ownership. Most institutionals do. And basically they don't want to be diluted for no reason. That makes sense. So if that's the case, when the vote is no, you'll have institutional buy-in. And you should have lots of institutional buy-in now that it's delayed at least a year, which may account for the 5% jump this morning. So maybe. And then as the gears turn at these offices, Vanguard, whatever, they'll make a decision in the next couple days and they'll say, okay, we're going to get in the next time AMC is on discount because we know we're not going to get diluted for a year and we'll sell in December. So that's going to be a more medium-term play. So we'll take a look at FINRA and see the next time it updates. I think that's probably once a month, and see if that idea plays through. Because, those big institutionals are all sitting at their computers and having meetings and all that crap as we speak, right? So if we try to get into their heads, they're all looking for value that they can invest in. and with little risk. And so as soon as AMC meets that criteria, we're going to see this thing fly off the handle, right? And they know that. So they want to get in before it meets the criteria, because as soon as it meets it, all the slow, super ultra conservative, crappy investing groups will all show up, right? And that's Vanguard's kind of thing, right? And that's how active investors and hedge funds make their money. They get in before, why it's still unsafe, but they're actively watching it so that they can make sure it doesn't blow up in their face. And then the slow-moving behemoths come in afterwards, and they raise up your ship with their giant fat ass splashing in the lake. And that's the game the institutionals and the big majors and the big fishes play. The whales, if you will. Anyways, so maybe that's what's going on in behind the scenes, if I was just to take a shot in the dark. So what that means for us, I mean, technicals just show you what is happening, not what will. It can peer into the future just a little bit, but it can't peer that far. So why this is just going sideways, I wonder then, so we're starting, it looks like we're starting our U-shape. Let's draw it out. And I'll... Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, I know when Wanda came in, they probably tried to dilute themselves, because that way no debt holder can take you over. Because Wanda would love to take over AMC, right? They just want AMC to fuck up, and then they would swoop in and own. Because Wanda's a Chinese entertainment company. They know the theaters are good, so why not get them on discount, right? So now they basically booted Wanda out. They're just like, hey, guess what? We're going to dilute your position. You don't own 10% anymore. We took them off the board of directors. And I love how he politely just says, like, well, you see, they don't hold enough now, so bye-bye. And it's like, okay, you could have said that a little bit friendlier, but he essentially said it like that. It was like, oh, I see there is no love lost, but that's good, because if he really loved his debt collectors are predatory as shit. They're never going to be your friends. So you're polite to them, but everyone knows they're assholes. Okay, so if this is our U shape, so if we stay at 976, or we get into these trends here, yeah. So if this is the bottom of our U, that doesn't quite line up. If we do this, we should have had a U here, right? So this is really the U here. But we could have had, so maybe there is two U's here. Let's just make a bunch of them. Eventually we'll find the truth. Just give me a second to catch up on the chat. Oh, allow. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. So here, there. So there's the other U, right? So this is the one, the smaller U that I am definite we're in. And then if I adjust this properly, you see how that plays out very nicely. Actually, probably do that. So here we're too high. We're going back. So we're expecting, 991 by the 19th. If we keep with this, if we tighten this up, right, which is what we're doing right now, it's not quite right. We went in slow, and now we're coming out quickly. So that means our middle is not here, which could be the case. Like, this could be right. I've adjusted it now to match. So we were holding down the fort on our way down. Then we failed. And then we were slightly below, but now we're trending directly on the line. That could be the case. There was extra positivity here, whatever. And so for this one, it usually fails at the corner, which it did here, right? So it started its trend up, couldn't do it because of whatever, and it broke down. That's normal. So that's where we would have been. That would have been the recovery that I was expecting. If you remember that whole week or two that I was like, oh yeah, any day now. And then we had this. And then this showed us that it was an oversell, but we still didn't. So we got right back to the line, right? But we didn't carry through. New pandemic news, whatever. And so we started this downwards trend. But that would have been the W right there in a normal sense of the thing. So that being said, I think there's a larger W, but I need to encompass all of these guys, both of them. So if I do that, the larger W would be the merging of the two, which would mean it is here. Okay, so that works. So we're right on the edge of that. So if this is the bottom that could have been, now this, if this is true, this would have been a major support line. Let's go see. Support line would have been here. Oh no, there's one right there. Yep. That is also the bottom part of the shoulder. Close on it. Maybe. So somewhere between here, here, and here. Something like that. But you see it doesn't change it. So that could have been where we were going to go. And you can see that the line here says that's where we're headed. But because we stalled it early, and then we tried here to reach the middle again, right? But we held it up. So we went sideways through the U shape. And that's why we've had all this negative pressure, because we're trending too high off of a U shape that should have been. It's possible. But then the good news is, if this is right, then we're completing this one right now, and then we'll be completing the larger one. And then this is explained by a failed U here. But if that's true, then we should be seeing, yeah, it should be better than what we have right now. Yeah, it shouldn't get any worse. Now with this one, let me adjust this guy. So if this one is adjusted, this one could go a little bit more, if you're looking right here, this could go a little bit more horizontal for a few more, maybe an hour or two. But it as well, we should be seeing the upward swing. If we drag this out, let's do a little bit more conservative. Like, there's the middle piece. Then we should actually see more negativity. And then this guy here. This one here says we should be seeing the recovery sooner. Because if I drag this guy out too far, he starts to leave these guys. So we should be seeing the recovery nowish or before April 19th. But we're now in the recovery side of things. We're past the middle on all of them. So we should be seeing nothing but green. And then that's true. You see how we turned around here? So we hit the side, the invisible side, we got a boost. We came back, we got a boost. We came back, we're going to get a boost. And so now that's the recovery side of things. Now, I don't know, we're above. So where's the 50% mark? Give me my marker. Here and here. So the 50% mark's about here. And the breakdown point would have been here. So we should be good till about 11. ugh. And then 11, of course, is a hard one, which is why we broke down last time. Yeah. We are technically about the same point as where this broke down. It's a little high, but it's not too far from the corner. Whereas this one here, I would say, if we were going to break down, it would have been this. This could have been the attempted breakdown right there. And we countered it. But that would have been it, right? And that makes sense, because see how negative that was? If it was ever going to crash, it would have been there, right? So that makes sense. So when you're doing a technical analysis and things start adding up, you're basically uncovering the truth, and technicals will start, all of them will start coming together because the psychology that has happened, you're uncovering it, right? So like previously, I wouldn't have drawn a U-shape this deep because U-shapes need a supported bottom, right? You don't normally go across them. So, yeah, but judging by now what we've seen in the last 3 days, we're starting to get a wall. So now I can start judging. Whereas when we were here, this made a good U-shaped bottom, but we should have saw recoveries, right? And I wasn't seeing recoveries. And so I'm projecting what I want from the market, what I should see, but I'm not seeing it, which means I'm wrong, because the market will do whatever they want to do. So you have to readjust with the information you have. So, okay. So I think we might have it. Now, just before we go back to AMC, because it's just going sideways, I want to put the $30 by December lineup, and I want to take a look at if that comes into play. Because if the U shape and the $30 line meet each other, then that will be a sign from the heavens. Okay, where is September, October? Oh my God. Give me the year to date. It's the sun, na 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 na. Okay, 2022. So, want extended line from here to $30 by January. I say December, but end of December. Okay, $30. It's looking like we'll be $28 by December start, and then it will probably cost us $2 to get through the month. It sounds low, but that's our bottom line, right? We'll be higher than that, but that will be our absolute low, if you will. Okay, I need to look at the 1 month. Oh, don't fucking tell me the turnaround point is right on the line. Oh, it's really close. Look at that. So we're under the line, right? And then we gap up to go over the line. I wonder. Well, we can leave this up and it will prove itself true or not. So if that's the case, we're going to stay above 957 all day, and we will continue to climb. We might keep going sideways like we're doing right now until we hit about 996, which should happen tomorrow. Then when we hit 996 tomorrow, we'll get lifted up. Or we will go to 996 by the 19th, and then we'll start our surge on the 19th, which is Monday next week, which is also a very good sign. If either of those are true, that's Monday would give us a boost, and the 16th is a Friday. So that might end up being surge, down, and then a pop out on the 19th. Oh well, we'll see. So that's the more medium long term. I think we're on to something here. Just like when I was doing the analysis and doing the long term line, it definitely looks like it's something. We tried to keep where the fuck's the style? Thickness. Here we go. The stock is definitely trying to keep a buffer about 15% off this line. So if you travel through history and it hits its lowest points, it pushes away. Every time it gets close, it pushes away. Now this line's a little off. Okay, let's put that here. So pushes away, pushes away, pushes away. And then here we went under, so we bounced up. Well, let's see if that holds. That's an interesting thing. But yeah, when the stock's going like shit-tastically sideways, it pays to take a broader look, so that you can at least get an idea of if everything's going good or if you're screwed. So let me just catch up on the chat. Lude. And there we go. Let Jesus take the wheel. Classic. I love those GIFs. But I don't know how to drive, lol. Yep. Not bad. All right. So today we actually have 40 concurrent viewers, which is good, with 259 playbacks. So we actually got less people coming in and leaving, but more people are staying longer. That's good. We're getting stronger and healthier. All right, good stuff. Just updated the title. See if that changes things. All right, so maybe now it's time to load up my video game since we're going to go sideways for a bit. 12 o'clock, yeah, kind of slowing down. Makes sense. So we don't need too much to break out. So that's good. We're at 973 and it looks like it's 980 to break out. So, yeah. Yeah, still looking pretty good. What's the broader market look like? It's depressed, and GME is, I don't know what it's doing. It's all over the place. So that could be just broader market depression. Excuse me, that started at 1109. Ours started at 1055. So this is more the market. But we started tanking on our own. 1102. 1102. Yeah, so we predated the market. But that could have been we're too high or too long going sideways, and then we were going down anyways, and the market then yanked us, helping us get under this line. because that's usually how it works. Like support and resistance lines do a pretty good job at holding, but if enough crap piles up on them, then you bust through, right? So pretty good. All right, just give me a second. I might go full screen here and disrupt the video feed. But let's get that a little more visible. Let me just set up the lemons. Keep the lemon home guard going. Okay, and what's I'm gonna play today? Guess I can play some more Space Engineers. Oh yeah, who thought King Kong Godzilla's gonna? I mean, it's nice that it exists, but it's like a barely strung together plot lines. So expected. Yeah. So just give me a second to lower the resolution. Yeah. Outriders would be fun just because it's a looter shooter, just like Borderlands. But those kind of games I burn out pretty quick. Like I might get 20 hours into it, and I can't play Outriders while doing this stream because I will either blow up my computer or let me just turn this down. Display, full screen, window, 1080p. There we go. And then everything should be back to normal, yes. There you go. Let's turn down the volume. Hooray! Okay. See how bad that was. If I look at the statistics, I lost 0.1% of my frames. So, not bad. Yeah, YouTube complains when there's like any amount of lag, but a 1% lag you guys won't notice. Not unless it's fast moving content. Okay. There we go. This is going to be a long while. Yeah. No, you're going to feel the chop just for a few seconds just because it was full screen. And then it'll fix itself. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like the full screen. But if I move my mouse around, yeah, it's a little choppy. It's not too bad. Yeah. Okay. So what is Canadian bacon? Canadian bacon is female bacon, and it's essentially boiled. It's like a cured red meat. So I don't know what the closest analog is, but if you know what P-mel bacon is, that's what it is. But no one calls it Canadian bacon. It's P-mel bacon, corn-breaded bacon, and then bacon as we know it is the same as the Americans. Okay, I'm just going to lower the resolution a little bit more. That should help the stream out. Yeah, we were losing a few frames there. All right, look at that little bit of recovery. So this is the 7-8. Yeah, it's more like ham. Yeah, basically boiled ham. Because bacon, as Americans know it, is pork belly, which is as the Chinese would know it. And they cut it up in cubes, where Americans have it in strips. Yeah, I don't know where or what or how, but essentially it's just a boiled ham, if you want to think of it that way. Yeah, I know. If you're Americans, they do that because they need to figure out the difference. But if you want to Wikipedia it, it's P-mel bacon. So here you go. P-meal. That's it. Right there. Actually, does Wikipedia say also known as cornmeal bacon? Oh, so Canadians did invent it. Yeah. It's the historic practice of rolling cured and trimmed boneless loin in yellow peas to extend the shelf life since the end of World War I. Then they started rolling it in yellow cornmeal. Yeah. Yeah. And then the little picture there is, yeah, you just cook it in a pan or... So it's unsmoked back bacon is what it is. And it's sugared. It's a salt and sugar brine. It's fucking good. Well, it's just like American cheese. You mean processed cheese, you know? It's not American cheese. It's like, oh, put a couple of slices of American on there. And it's like, what? The fuck is American cheese? So they mean craft singles, you know? But here, Health Canada won't allow you to describe things inaccurately. So there's no such thing as American cheese because it isn't. It's just processed cheese. So, or a craft single. You got to call it as it is. You know, cheddar cheese is a style. You know, that works. But anyways, and Wisconsin cheese, okay, that might be a little more valid, but then we don't know anything about it. It's just the location. So, anyways. But yeah, American cheese screwed me up for years because I'm like, the fuck? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so now we're trying to go for, looks like 980. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I think I just crashed and lost half the ship. Looks like we're going to 980. And then that would be our... Uh-oh. The ship is not flying properly. Oh, no. It looks like I'm going to have to crash this baby. Oh, no. She's stable. I haven't lost everything. Only problem with this game is that if you hit the ground, oh fuck. There's definitely a problem with my left side. Okay, come on. Dog. outside making some noise. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. Boom. Park this shit. Okay. Nope. Oh, I blew off my entire left engines. Okay, so there's supposed to be engines like this, and I lost all of them. Oof. So basically my ability to maintain upwards was these guys. That was the only way I could stay vertical. Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't fly so close to the ground. But it's a little hard to tell when the game's so small. Now I'm just gonna whoa, tilt. It's like sitting on a bubble. So I have to fly this way now to maintain the bubble. Okay. This is hilarious. I'll look at the stock in a second once I can land this sad panda of a... Okay, let me just... Yeah, I gotta do this properly. Okay. And tilt. Okay, I can't tilt left. Oh, it's letting me do it really slow. Perfect. And then lower. Perfect. Park. Excellent. Smithers. Ah, good. Okay, look at the chart. Whoa, that poor vehicle's seen better days. 100 shares? Oh boy. I think that's a little bit fake on the news. I'm gonna change my there we go. No bullshit about borrowing, shorts, or delusion. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm sure people are going to search YouTube to learn about there we go. Updated. Because yeah, they're currently lending shares. It's just all they got to do is buy more shares off the market and then make more shares available to lend. So it's not a big deal. If I was a brokerage, right, I could lend out all my shares if I wanted to. I could just go get some more and lend it to you, right? The thing with lending is that I'm giving it to you and you can have them as long as you want. That's the idea with lending until I margin call you. Whereas if you're going to just short by yourself, so you can still short sell without getting lent shares. You're just going to have to cover in 3 days. And if you don't, well, then you just naked short sold. You sold something you don't have, and that would be highly illegal. And I guess you'd get in trouble somehow. So it doesn't really change much. So and that number's going to change all over the time, so I wouldn't buy into that too much. All right. Oh, So let's just shore up our defenses here. All right. Since the anti-rioting lemons have moved into play. There's cars in space. Oh man. Oh, this thing's seen better days. Oh, we blew off a chunk of the end as well. Oh man. Okay, well at least that's the worst of the damage. Okay. Yes. If the brokers want to do it, right? But following your mentality, Odell, if the brokerage buys to provide short sellers the ability to sell, do the math. We end up with 0 motion on the stock, right? So it all comes out in the wash. So it's, what you want is a sudden change, but buying and selling is a natural order of things. You're not going to magically cause something to happen, which is, for every buyer there's a seller. The big thing is if the market maker runs out, then there is no buyer for every seller. They have to actually match. So, yeah, this whole idea that the whole witching day, the same thing with options, right? Oh, well, they'll have to exercise all their options, which counts as a buy. Except then it counted as a sell beforehand. You're just deferring what's going on. Or if they do exercise, then they will sell to get their profits, right? So even if there is a buy, there's an immediate sell. So it doesn't add up the way they think it will. So it's kind of all just bullshit, which is why I've changed the title. It's just YouTube hype that they tell people, I guess, or keeps the kids going on Reddit. It doesn't quite work that way. Now they are kind of right with the oh, the hell is it called? The options. That they could be exercised, but then you're saying everybody that is losing in a losing position is going to exercise and hold on to them instead of letting them expire worthless, which is not the case and is usually never the case. And then you have the other school of thought that the people that are winning are just going to exercise and not sell. And it's like, well, that's also not generally the case, right? They usually, it either auto liquefies in the money or they sell out early. Or if they exercise and immediately sell, like it all ends up net zero, right? So all this math, no matter how you slice it, generally doesn't add up to crazy buying experience that they keep hinting on would happen. So, and that's just my 2 cents. So we're just waiting for this U-shape to kind of finish. Hopefully we'll keep going up to about 998, and then we'll start our day. It'll start taking off. And then if we do have a trickle up due to the broader market, well, apparently just the Dow. So that's really helping us right now. So we're low volume right now, right? So as long as we stay low volume, we will be affected more by the market. So if the market's also going to complete the almost identical shape as us, see how we're following suit pretty friggin' close, then that's actually they're just about to complete their U shape, right? See, there's 1 and 2. So once they do that, we're going to get a NOS boost, and hopefully that will get us back up and over. Actually, I'll just put the Dow here. Same percentage scale. Nope. I don't want that. Let's do that as a new price scale. There we go. So, yeah, we crashed before them. Well, they crashed. Oh, maybe that's it. They crashed. We had a little delay, but then that weight just dragged us down. And then by the time they were recovering, we were leveling out, and then they went down again. Yeah, see, we lag by about a few seconds. Crash, lag. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute lag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute lag. So yeah, we're lagging by about 5 minutes. So they're starting to go up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, look at that. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we should keep going to 9.95 or so. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. Or it's Magic Lemons. One of the two. Easy peasy. Atmospheric. Atmos. So that would be probably some easy money right now. Yep, see? Like fucking clockwork. Once you know what's happening, once you figure it out, then it all comes together. But the hard part is catching it before it happens. And that is not easy. But it looks like we got it. I won't jinx myself, but I think we got it. We're following the Dow right now on low volume. So we will see we'll see that play out. Oh, something's wrong. 1 second. Okay. Okay. I need to figure out how to transfer. Okay. So now we have a split between what the Dow's doing and ourselves. So GME is tanking, so that might be it. And the broader market is starting to go as well. So these might be weighing on us, even though the Dow's having a good time. So we got 3 negatives and 1 positive. This is also the 50% mark of a U shape. So if it was to have any problems, it would have been here. But that normally does not, like the broader market doesn't ensure our death. We do have an increase in volume, so it's a little bit worse than normal, but I think we'll come back from this. We'll basically make an S shape and plow through it, especially if the Dow, which just completed its U shape, ended up getting boosted. We should be turning this frown upside down. real shortly. Are we on the 1 minute? Yeah, we're on the 1 minute. It's barely moving. Holy low volume, Batman. Look at that. We barely moved. I'm looking at it and I'm like, what? What's going on? What's taters, eh? Potatoes. Don't know why there's such a problem with volume at the moment. Oh, well, aren't you gonna nap and go to work? Isn't that the rule? One must simply nap into Mordor? All right. Okay. Looks like this shoulder's busted as well on this guy. I did not realize that. Conveyor. Perfect. No ladder attacks this year, today. You know, normally that's big on the conspiracy theory bandwagon. It's hedge funds. Maybe there's a little bit of the hell are they called? Freemasons. You know, like just get the whole thing in there. Maybe Dr. Seuss cancel culture. Can we add a few more things in? Oh, maybe space Nazis and space communists and Jewish space lasers. Yeah, that was the other one that I always keep forgetting. Okay. I'll have to check in on you frequently. Oh, also when I closed the stream yesterday, for those that are following my building on Mars, my place got hit by lightning. So there was a big lightning strike, blew a hole right through the floor here, and the lightning bolt blew off a chunk of my rover, wherever the rover is right now. Oh yeah, the rover's at the silver mine. So yeah, I was like, oh, the one time I wanted to show you the crazy lightning storm, and then I got hit by lightning trying to build an aircraft, blew a hole right in that station. So I think there's a mechanic where the game charges you for being outside during a lightning storm. There's a countdown timer, and then you get struck by lightning. As a result, the rover lost its solar panels, just because, yeah, they got hit by lightning, And I think there was some tubes up here, I can't remember, but they're not necessary, so I'll just leave them off. But there's the rover without the solar panels. Yeah, that's some badass lightning. And there's the repair job from where I got hit by lightning. And what's left of my work. I had to leave. That lightning was ferocious. Yes, Mr. Potato Head. Well, that's giving Fox News something to talk about right now. This whole idea of cancellation culture, which realistically Fox News themselves are perpetuating it. But it's it works, you know, it gives them something to talk about. You know, they're attacking Christmas, they're coming after your Christian beliefs, they're what's the other one? Your way of life, your free speech is being attacked. They want your money, they want your family, they want to tell you what to do. You're not allowed to have masks. Masks are for oppressing you and mind control chips. So anyways, it's the same dogma, same idea. They've just switched to something else, right? Everyone recognizes Mr. Potato Head from their childhood, and now they're looking at it like, oh, it has to be PG. And it's funny because they went after everybody for being too sensitive, and then them themselves are now becoming too sensitive. But when has Fox News ever been about reality, right? It's always just been whatever they can say, they'll say. But anyways, fun stuff. Don't get too hyped up on the moral of the story here is don't get too hyped up on mass media, especially American mass media. Although when I was in Australia, holy crap, Australian news is really bad too. They are pretty brutal on the hype wagon. I was like, wow. But Fox News is very strong in Australia as well. Fox News almost doesn't even exist in Canada because they don't count as journalism. They are basically entertainment, so they can't be classified as news. So their name is actually illegal. It's not Fox News, it's just Fox Entertainment Channel. So I'm pretty sure that has something to do with why they're not doing well in Canada, / I don't even think they are here. Yeah, we got journalism laws. And thankfully, you can get charged with lying to people. Even if it's your opinion. Just like if I tried telling you about, you know, the stocks, and I go, it's a sure buy, but that's my opinion, wink, 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 I could still get in trouble. I'm still pumping, even if I say it's my opinion. Yeah. But that being said, all of this is for entertainment purposes. Please don't sue me. But I don't lead you astray. I try my best here. Good times. I'm going to have to tighten up that formation. So yeah, we just want some volume. It's Deadsville in here. That's good. All right. See if I can fly this thing to my place. Five. Okay. All right. Oh shit! Come on. Okay, I'm just gonna have to fly on a bit of an angle. Okay, good enough. Come to Papa. I don't have enough resources at this other base to repair a ship that I have to fly sideways. Alright, just land anywhere. Shit. Okay, stop tilting. There we go. Okay. And now level out. And land. Damn, nailed it. Yeah, years of flying helicopter sims gets you prepared for that. Oh, your helicopter's lost half of its flying ability. Fuck. And I'm flying sideways. I think the worst is you lose a tail on a one rotor helicopter. If you lose that tail, you start spinning around in circles, like a lot. So what you have to do is essentially fly slamming onto the rotors to get them to pitch you to the right. And then every time you want to turn, you have to basically let go, spin 360, stop the direction you want, and fly. It is brutal. And so trying to get home to base with a broken tail is brutal. Or damage to the rotor, you're basically falling like a rock, so you just gas it to try to stay up as much as you can, and then you use the you're on a bubble, right? So when you basically tilt backwards, you start sliding backwards. But if you're free falling, it's essentially like you're cushioning. So you basically let yourself go right to the ground because you're falling. You don't want to fall straight down, so you lean forwards. You plummet towards the earth, and at the last minute, you flip back, you cushion, and then you slam into the earth, breaking your tail, but living. It's not fun. You're just like, oh, I'm fighting a battle, and then all of a sudden, I'm spinning in circles, and I can't see shit. And they're still shooting missiles at me. Oh, life sucks. But that's what you get for flying close enough for them to blow off your tail. Yeah, good times. In this case, my shitty flying abilities caused me to lose all my thrusters. Alright, so we're still sideways. GME is something like that. I really wish there was a way to make these flats bigger, just artificially bigger, so I can at least see them. Yep, we're just trending sideways. Yeah. Yeah, I could change my my title here to I could just change my title to Matt Khor sucks. Oh man. You can't hype like that. Like, the people in the real financial industry look at us and call us dumb money, and this is why. They're just like, oh, you fucking clowns. And it's not helping when people do stuff like this. You know, we're just small fish in a professional's playground. We're like dumb privates thinking we know what we do on a battlefield. And we go and make a big fucking mess of it. I don't want to be associated with these people. Ah, god damn. That's why people shit on Kramer. Like, if you take Kramer as anything other than entertainment, that's your problem. But, you know, at least Kramer knows what he's talking about, even if it is a little bit too much hype. it's grounded in some level of knowledge. I don't know about Khor's, but he's just taking that hype wagon a little too far. But that's probably how he makes all his money. It's his livelihood. So he's got to hype it up. Be a sellout. Be a internet prostitute. Man. Oh well. I'm too small of a fish to really go after the crappy YouTubers. Eventually, I'll be able to swing with the big fishes. I have run million people communities, gaming communities. Like, I know what it's like to manage large amounts of people. But my problem right now is just stocks aren't that entertaining throughout the whole day, and two, relatively unknown, right? So you need to be famous or up in people's faces for them to know you exist. But the people that do find us, we keep about, let's say 20% of people that find us during the day stay with us. So that's not bad. It's not great. 100% would be awesome. But you're never going to get 100%. It's YouTube, right? People click, they're interested. Anything over 10% participation is good, especially for YouTube. So, yes, that is quite the YouTube name. Not gonna lie, I'm actually impressed. So I answered that a little bit earlier. At 100% utilization, nothing happens. Basically, short sellers can't lend or are not being lent shares. That's all that means. So what will probably happen is they'll just buy more shares or give up more shares, the brokerages, to stop it from going to 100. If it stays at 100, then it means the brokerages are not willing to give out their shares, and that speaks to a larger problem for the short sellers. So it is positive, but it's not definitive. It doesn't mean anything. It just is telling you some stock trivia. So don't buy into it too much. I thought utilization had something to do with the float, but it's a good thing I re-educated myself. And explains why I don't know the term, because it's kind of useless. Because it doesn't matter. There's no hard limit on how many shares can be lent out. If a company wants to, they could give you $1 million free of charge. 1 billion shares, right? Or, well, as many shares as the company has. And they could give it to you for free. They're not going to do that, but they could. There's nothing stopping them. So you can lend your shares to whoever you want. You can sell them for a penny. You can sell them for $1 million. It don't matter as long as you don't make up shares. I think that's the only requirement there. So you don't sell something you don't have, or you're not buying something that doesn't exist, are the two rules. So yeah, all of this doesn't matter. It's all just bullshit to hype, talk about, make news out of nothing, right? How about that quad witching day? Nothing fucking happened. It's the same thing. It's gonna happen here. Yeah. Oh man, that quad witching day. I'm not gonna let them live that one down. Wonder if I think Trey dressed up as a witch. Wonder if he deleted that video. He's regretting that one. Large steel tube is what I'm looking for. Man. Wonder how much money these guys actually make, though. So normally I'd be making money right now. Some days I do day trading, like with paper trading on this. Or when my money's free, I'll be trading my real money throughout the day. But right now we're all kind of stuck, so we're just waiting for the money to recover. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna go. I'll add that guy to my list. Trey seems pretty decent. He's an entertainer, but he's not, he's not going too hardcore. He's not lying overtly, from what I can see. I can't watch them for more than a few minutes, but okay, I'm gonna find that person and be like, remember this? Remember this? Yeah, exactly. Maybe one day I'll make a compilation video and I'll just call them all out. Why these people suck. Part 1, this guy. Part 2, this guy. I might not be entertaining, but at least I don't suck. Damn, what do I need? More pipes. Well, it's hard to be entertaining. I can't make the market do things. It's not pre-scripted, right? We're at its mercy, so we can only react. So, hell, I'd like it to be more interesting. Stock market's fun when the volume is not friggin' zero. Like, we need this volume to, you see at the bottom of the screen here, we need it to look more like this all the time, or it's just going to be boring as shit because essentially no one's playing, no one's buying, no one's selling. So it's just going to be slow beans. So we could look at other hype stocks. We can look at maybe BAC's doing good. BAC is not Bank of Canada, is it? Bank of America. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. INO. Innovo Pharmaceuticals. Oh, they're a vaccine. Cross-reactive immune responses. Ooh, fancy. Apple is always up there with the volume trades. They're like number 4, number 5 every day. And AMD's been up there. And there's, what's their name? Plantar Tech, yeah. They've been up in the love, and we're in here too. See, there's AMC up there with Coin. So Coin's probably a big thing on Wall Street bet right now. But meh. GE and Ford are also in here. WFC, what's this one? This is new. Oh, Wells Fargo, right. The banks were getting, the banks have been getting a bit of a surge today. So the best guys right now is Wilhelm International and some health technology. Playboy's still doing good. Man, they surged the other day. Yeah, man, they're still doing good. Interesting. I didn't expect that to last. And biggest losers are 32%. So biggest gainers is 30%. So today's a pretty neutral day across the board. Your lowest loser is 11 and your lowest gainer is 2, which means we're in this list. We should be, aren't we? What are we at? Whoa. We're 299. Yeah, we should be in this list. AMC 299, so we should be here. Where are we? Okay, maybe it hasn't been updated yet. But yeah, we should be in here. Unless it's based on volume. Come on. Yeah, we're right here, 270. Oh, I see. Okay, look at how they've changed now. So now they're at 6, 9. This one's flying all over the place. Okay, so that's why we're not there. We're too low. So that one that we were looking at got kicked out, basically. Because it got too low. Yeah, anyways, cool. But yeah, we could look at this all day and talk about these, but unless you guys are investing in them, it doesn't really matter. That's why we focus on AMC. Just waiting for this horse to keep going. Oh, it's pushing through our lines again. Sad pandas. Hopefully 1 o'clock gives us a bit of a push. Yep. Tilray and Alpha, yep. Yeah, I used to trade those. I closed my positions in Tilray and Apria to put them all in AMC. They're not doing too bad. I still keep a watch on them. I think cannabis is a long-term play and a great long-term play. But AMC is definitely a more money-maker short-term play, which is why I'm here. I can't bet on too many horses or end up fucking up. So I just pick a horse that usually has a little bit more life in it. But the last couple weeks have been pretty piss. But now that I'm invested in it, I know how it moves. It's not very smart of me to go and pick another stock, relearn it, and then AMC will pick up by the time I learn that other stock. So anyways, you got to do what's best for you, but that's how I operate. You got to have patience. Something that's sorely lacking in most people. But as the old adage goes, the stock market just transfers money from the impatient to the patient. And that is quite true. So if you got your diamond hands, if you can sit still for more than 2 minutes, which is hard for most people, then this channel is right for you. Motors. If not, go watch a guy dress up as a witch. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need lots of motors. There we go. Yeah, so we're just treading sideways. So as soon as that orange starts really showing some promise, then we're hoping that will be around 1 o'clock, and then the combination of the two will lift us. So that's another 20 minutes. Okay, I'll just quickly look at everybody else. So NASDAQ and the S&P have finally recovered. GME is still plummeting, per se. Or treading water is probably more accurate. I mean, it's still on a downwards inflection, but it's holding, right? But how much longer, who knows? So at least if it goes sideways, that should get the weight off of us. And maybe now that 2 of the indexes are good, although the S&P and the NASDAQ are pretty similar, soon as the Dow goes, that's 3 green, 1 neutral. That should mean we go up. Now we have seen a little bit of increase in volume, so maybe we're starting to get people back. So maybe this party will start moving along a little quicker. Maybe. If I was to buy now, I guess the question is, how soon do you need the money? If you can survive just a tiny bit more going into the red, let's say 9:30 at the most, then do it. I'd buy now. Basically, if you bought any time yesterday when I was talking about it as well, I was kind of on the fence, but I'm like, you know what? We're probably hitting the end of things, right? So I wasn't 100% sure if we were going to, like, around this time, if we were going to make it up by the end of the day. And we ended up trending downwards later. But I think we're on the recovery phase. So yeah, if you bought any time today, I think you'd be okay. If we do crash, it will be 9:30. So you'll lose. Your potential loss is 4%, but then your potential gain is. Let's see. Your potential gain is minimum 5% and maximum, let's say, well, a lot. So it's up to you, right? If you can handle a 4% gamble, go for it. Nothing is for certain. If you can day trade, then buy now, and then basically set a stop loss at 960 and get yourself out if it starts trending down. Which is probably what I would do right now myself. So thanks for Tom War that posted, but your formatting is all buggered up in your post. And the Thousandaire Club is us. So even though you posted that, Tom, saying, hey, recommend watching us, it is us. But maybe you're talking to the broader community, but it works. But just to let you know, yeah, your formatting's all messed up. Yeah, no problem. And thanks for the tag. Just checking my phones. Saturday at 4 p.m. Oh, the FBI is now taking drastic steps to curb China's hacking spree. Well, that's good. A bit late. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, exactly. No, we're just waiting. There's really nothing going on market-wise. Unless you're in one of the hotter stocks today. So the banks, whatever, but there's no one's really flying off the handles today either. So you got some 13s, you got some 15s, but really the whole thing is kind of moot, but at least it's moot or mute in the correct direction. So that's good. Beats where it was. Beats where it could be. I shouldn't say was. It could always be worse. Don't tempt it. Don't tempt the markets. Man, I'm glad it's not shitty. Oh, hold my beer. I will fix that for you. And it's gone. Yeah. I do tell a lot of fellow stockbrokers a lot to not tempt the fates. Yeah, the sister fates from Greek and mythology. They control all things. They like to let things go the way they're going to go. But if you piss them off, they might throw you a couple of curveballs. It's like, so don't tempt them. Good times. All right, looks like I've repaired all of this. Need 12 motors, and I will be able to fly again. Yeah. Well, thanks. I wouldn't say I'm the best. There's probably better, but at least I give you something. And I'm glad I give you value, so that's good, and thank you for the kind words. Yeah, this just started as me trying to show the chart from the Reddit chats, but it does fill a niche now, I think, of reasonable, level-headed stuff. I think there's value in that. You know, yeah, I'd like to be able to follow other YouTube channels, but I can't stand them. So hopefully there's other people that share the same. I can barely watch anyone on YouTube unless it's like a professional, because it's just like, oh my god, it's pure entertainment, right? It's like trying to watch Honey Boo Boo or some type of reality show. It's very similar and very painful versus watching a professional documentary or a well-made movie. So anyways, all right, now that I'm all repaired, I think time to dig a hole. Vroom. Okay. Do. So yeah, we're still just going sideways. So the next major is 1 o'clock for time. So another 15 minutes before you need to look up. So I'm just I'm drilling a hole to get the silver using the atmospheric miner. This is kind of a little dangerous though, because you have to watch your wings, if you will. So you have to constantly wiggle the sides to broaden. So you want to try to face straight down, and then oh shit, whoa. So you want to face straight down and then just adjust. Just check if these things are taking damage. No. Okay, let's not get myself killed. V is what I want. Okay. Alt tab. Let's take a look here. So GME is still treading water. Dow's going sideways. S&P and NASDAQ are going great. That's a wicked recovery. You know, after a huge drop. So basically that's an oversell, and the market see faster than it went down, said fuck off, that's stupid. So that's a very good sign. Basically says that this was dumb, this was garbage, and the S&P didn't even have that sell-off. So they had a gradual reduction and a even more gradual comeback. So that's, you know, you sold off naturally, and the buyback was naturally long. So that's more normal, very natural. Where this is very much, or wherever we were, on whichever one was the aggressive one. Oh, it's the NVD, this one. This is a lot less friendly. Yeah. Oh, maybe I had just had a compressed chart, because the S&P looks pretty aggressive. No, I think I had just a compressed chart. Okay, it's the problem when you're not on auto. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so I take back what I said about the S&P. So the S&P usually follows the NASDAQ because I think they're on the same index, or same. They're on the NASDAQ, if you will. So that's the NASDAQ 100, top 100, and this is the S&P top 500, I believe, if I remember my indexes right. So, oh no, okay, the S&P was a little bit more gradual. So if I shrink it down, which really gives you an unnatural view, this one is still aggressive. So yeah, the S&P was more conservative. It's hard to compare apples to apples because when you're auto adjusting, they're not really the same. So what you have to do is look at the normal heights. So that and that are about equal here. And then that gives you at least a baseline to kind of pull from. So I would lower the NASDAQ just a little bit to keep up with the what we see on the S&P, at least for right now. Yeah, GME is basically treading water just before a crash. So they are basically as close as they can before a drop. And we are doing the same. Yes, we are pretty much doing the same too. So ours won't be so bad, but we're basically, if we're bouncing on the bottom line right now, if we break through, there's no support. So we could potentially crash. So if you did buy in, you may want to get out just for safety's sake, because this did not trend upwards. So it's not a guaranteed. You can play it by ear, but watch this volume. If volume ramps up, you might still be okay though. The Dow and the S&P and all that are taking off. So I think we might stave off, but if GME goes under, that would probably pull us under. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this since it's now kind of getting a little bit more risky. Hey, Cedra. We're actually having a fairly interesting day. The stocks were much better than normal, at least entertainment-wise. So I'm just flying around in a spaceship trying to dig for silver. Why we watch this stock attempt suicide. It's the Suicide Watch channel. Bingo. Sweet. All right. Good. Yeah, I never subscribe to the fact that the Illuminati is controlling your share price. So I highly doubt there's manipulation, considering today is also not Friday, right? Exactly. So now it's more of the psychological of the 10, less manipulation. Because if it was manipulation, the volume would be much higher. Like, we can go back and look at the $14, or you can do it yourself. That's what manipulation looks like. Now, in that case, that was just a robot selling for Wanda. But that is what manipulation would look like if it existed. High volume, no price movement, fixation of a price, Every time there's a negative opposite, the robot comes in and slams you with massive opposite motion. And we're seeing none of that, right? We're just seeing slow death, no volume, no care, which is more indicative of nobody giving a shit. So. I guess in the volume, you'd be right. But you're also talking about frequency trading. On AMC, I wouldn't say 80% of all trades are bots. Plus, bots. So if I execute a trade, it might end up being a bot that executes it for my brokerage, right? So that's also misleading. Like, it may be a robot, but the robot's not making the decision. I'm making the decision, right? So you're going to have to qualify that. Okay, so 80% are autopilot. Yeah, but that's more in currency and frequency trading and all that sort of stuff, right? You're not going to see 80% of autopilot trades on AMC. That's really not what's happening. You can see AMC works on fear, and it's clearly with its volume. There's no robots here. Nobody gives a shit. They don't even give a shit enough to autopilot this. Of course, until they're trying to close their $100 million position or $150 million position, aka Lawanda, Hotel Lawanda. Now I know what these were for. They were to get over the gas tank. Got it. To connect to the small cargoes. Yeah, okay. Okay. You're talking about the... Oh, damn. Are you talking about the off-the-market trading? Because then that's another different thing. And what's FI, since I don't know your short firms? Okay. Yeah, you're going all over the place here. So you're talking about 80% of all regular stock trades are going to be on autopilot. And that's based on volume or quantity, not cost or money, if I remember the statistic correctly. And I would argue that that is probably true, but definitely not true in the case of all stocks on a giant average. Oh, okay. So I don't even know what your definition of black box trading is. There's, of course, dark pool and off the market trading, but that's nothing negative. That's just private secondary markets, exchanges. As for stocks, there's frequency trading, but it's kind of dumb. And there's also the hell's the other thing? There's frequency trading, and there's robots that control prices for entering and exiting positions. And there's robots that will, well, yeah, entering positions, right? So basically, you have robots that control entering and exiting positions when you need to move a lot of money. but there's no real frequency trading because the stock price is not very predictable. It's not like currency. So it would basically pick a bottom, pick a top. The risk is too high, get out. The value is too good, get in. And then the robot would automate that trade. So there is algorithms that do that, but it's not. I wouldn't say it does not construed. 80% of the daily volume would not be that, and definitely not the case with AMC. It's my counter argument. So that's all. Yeah, that was my only commentary. Because you can tell when a stock's being manipulated. Well, you can see it. You can find it. You have to know to look. So it's evident if you know to look, I should say. If you don't know to look, it takes some time, and then you'll notice something's wrong, and then you'll be able to piece it together. So you might not notice right away, but generally there's evidence. It's visible when there's manipulation, especially robotic, algorithmic trading. I know, like when I was trading Alibaba, that was heavily done by bots. And you could see it. They would wait to a price, immediate velocity, volume change. You couldn't get past a point. There would be huge ramp ups in volumes. The price would move. Then there'd be massive breakouts, massive corrections, all in like milliseconds, because the robot's algorithm gets confused or they get jammed up on each other. But there's no way in hell the retail investor's doing that, right? Doesn't have the money, doesn't have the volume. This has to be big guys either fucking up royally or their robots are fucking up royally. And that went on for a while, and then it got normal again, as I guess they refined their algorithms or those people went broke. But you can see the early Alibaba, you can see it. It's clear as day. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get a squeeze. I mean, it's still possible. Oh, I know how fast the bots move. They move in milliseconds. And the bots sit inches away from the stock exchanges, right? But not everyone has those bots. And two, if you're trying to move millions of dollars, those bots can't move that fast because they will affect the market, right? So the bots may be able to act quickly, but they have to be triggered, right? So you can technically outpace them as long as you are understanding what they're doing. But generally when you see bots, it's because they're doing something over an extended period of time. And then that's why they show up on the charts, right? If the bots are just doing little trades, you'll never see them, right? They'll just be part of the daily volume. So, anyways, but if they're just doing little tiny micro transactions, which they could be doing, right? You know, frequency trading, it's quite possible, right? And there's no way for us to see that. So, and I'm not gonna argue one way or the other about who's right about what. Because it doesn't matter. All I'm just saying is that there's no sign of clear price manipulation as far as I can tell. Whether or not robots are trading back and forth, consisting of 80% of our volume, I would think not, judging by how the stock moves. But there's no way for me to prove it, as far as I know. Unless I had better FinViz, I guess. Yeah. Because my argument to that is that you can normally see when the robots are playing, the price gets stuck and the price becomes erratic and motions are extreme, volumes are extreme, because the robots are fast, right? So they can bomb the market. But yeah. Yeah, that's the robots with with options. And I know about that, but this channel doesn't do options, so it's not something I go down that road. But I know that's your wheelhouse per se. All right, got me a precision rifle. Hey, not bad. Sweet. How much damage does that do? Oh, it does a bit of damage. About 1% a shot, 2% a shot. Sweet. Now I got me a sweet weapon. Now I'm a really bad space marine. Na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. With jetpacks. Yeah, that brings me back to tribes. $1 puts. Crazy. Yeah, anybody can tank the market if they want to. It's just going to get quickly erased. You know, if you got $1 billion, you can just blow it all to make the share price go down. But you're an idiot, and you will pay the price. But maybe if there's some financial gain to blowing out the market, like maybe you're a hedge fund and you're losing billions, so you use $1 billion to save 50 billion. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, so generally the intrinsic value stops you from doing that, Tom. So the shares hold an intrinsic value. So if you basically can get the shares below market price, then you can basically just buy the option, right? And get it below market price. But usually the math puts the intrinsic value into the premium so that you're always paying the share cost. So there is no value as a result. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're a robot, you have a robot and it's fast, it can basically catch those. It can catch those differences where you have share prices that are at less than market price, buy them, then immediately put them onto the market. And that's kind of like old school crypto mining. You basically just get a high velocity computer and you're scalping the pennies, right? And that's very common. That's what the bot armies do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, intrinsic value is the true value, is it not? Like intrinsic value is how much money that is built into the price because the share is actually physically worth that, which is what I presume you mean true value. Just so we can be on the same page with terminology. So if we're at a strike price of 14, then when you go to 15, there'd be $1 of intrinsic value built in over the 14. Or there's $15 of value built in, and then you have your premium attached to that. Whatever, right? And that's what stops you from buying at a high price and then immediately selling, because that would just be silly. You'd just be getting things for free. And then, of course, when they're in the money, and then the value, I guess that's what you mean by true value. Then when they're in the money, they're pricing the fact that you're currently winning, and that currently winning gets priced into the buy cost. And that's what probably you mean by true value. I see. Yeah, okay. That's probably what you mean by that. Yeah, because in the money, the intrinsic value doesn't matter that much, because depending on which way you're betting, you're so far from it. And then the true value of your winnings or potential winnings gets built into the price. Yeah. Again, the pricing, I don't know. Like, I know it, but I really would have to sit down and go over it and really go over the math. But the whole Greeks and friends, there's a way to really go to town if you understand options. It's definitely a mathematician's playground. It's a good way to make money, but it definitely is not as simplistic as stocks. But options give you, go figure, options. That's the point. Yeah. So if you do the math on 1 cent, so 1 cent call, or $1 call, sorry, you bought 8 of them, the premium would be equal to 778 shares. So if you bought how many $1 calls? If you bought 1, that's 100 shares. So you'd be playing 7 times. I don't really get the math there. How many $1 calls are you planning to buy? And so 973 will be our next breakout point. So GME has stopped screwing us. The Dow is trying to screw us. S&P and the NASDAQ are trying to screw us. So as long as, oh wow, GME has really taken off. Well, not much, but I didn't see it because they're so flat. Then I noticed the green line. That's probably what's helping us out right now. GME is lifting us up. The Lemon Brigade did its job. Hell yeah. $8.60 premium. That makes sense. Yep. So basically you're paying 7.6 times what they're worth. No, well, let's just say 8 times what they're worth. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, so for $800. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. So why wouldn't you go and scalp the bottom then? I guess if people are offering it. So what's the downside to it though? Because if so, why would you buy shares naturally? Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, I understand that's how a bot does it. Yeah. But the inverse is probably true too, right? There's a sell to start with, and that would level itself up. Or even itself out. If not, the market would only climb. Yeah. Which is why penny stocks are heavily manipulated. Yeah, I agree. Could fall asleep here. Yeah. Well, we're getting a little bit more volume, but we need the major indexes to play ball, or we're going to continue to be slow. Nothing we can do about it. All right. Yeah, and you'd have to do it probably fast before those prices change, right? Like the strike prices, I think, change on the moment, right? The same as the stock price. Every time the stock price moves, the share price moves. So you'd have to do that before someone else did that, or you get stuck holding the hands. Yeah, exactly. So it's a good deal for whoever gets it first. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's interesting, though. So I'll reread what you're writing, or rewrote, or wrote. Yeah, because I'm not very good at math, so if I try to put it all together, you've explained it decently here. Yeah, so you got to factor in the cost of the execution, or the exercising, plus the premium. So when you play, you're paying a premium of $8.60 per share, times it by 100. That's your total cost. Then you're timesing whatever the strike price is by 100, and that's your execution price. And if both of them beat the current price difference on the market, you could sell them. So in this case, if you look at the market and it's 975, you could get a whole bunch of shares for 860, and or so 860, and you could sell them for 970. Sorry, you get them for 960 and sell them for 9, because you got to factor in that $1 of intrinsic value, or your exercise cost, or true value, I guess. No, that would be your intrinsic value. Your true value would be the $808.60 premium. No, that's not right either. It's not the right term. The premium factors in the intrinsic value and the true value, which would be derived from the discount that you're getting, hence the huge premium. Yeah, that's right. That's the right words. Anyways, so yeah. Those are the cool plays that I kind of keep alluding to. Is if you can do the math quickly, find the value plays, then you can buy options, execute them, get shares at a discount, and then sell them back to the market, or get them at a discount just before the market takes off, and then you can sell them back later and make a killing, right? So it's a good way to save a few pennies, especially when you're moving a lot of content, right? So yeah, no, options have their place. It's good information. Yeah, they work in milliseconds. Yeah. Because the internet travel time is measured in milliseconds. So it's at minimum 1 or 2 milliseconds. The actual computation might be in the nanos or the pictos, but telecommunication speed is not that fast. You have to go through so many switches. Now it's probably pretty interesting. The wires coming out of the NASDAQ, wherever they go first, then every hop after that would be like bazillions of dollars more, right? Like that first fiber optic line that comes out of their computer in the basement, that's got to be the most valuable thing in the fucking world. Like if you could get a direct tap to that, So everyone that controls the next split, right, would be making gazillions. So much so that maybe there is value that you could buy a house inside New York City that taps into the line, then run the fiber optic like above ground or something, bypassing other hops, and then make one hop in, say, Jersey or some nearby city with a direct line, minus one hop, to the stock market. And I'm sure that probably exists. There's probably a outside in the woods business park that got a direct line to the market, or as close as they can. But we're like a minimum at least 3 hops unless you're in New York City. You'd be about 2 hops minimum if you're in New York City. First one to the main split, second one to your local, and then to you. And then local to international. So there's 3 if you're in Canada. Then you got to reverse it. So there's 6 or so. But yeah, I should look that up. There's probably a cool place where it's like, we have the NASDAQ piped right into the middle of the room. Be awesome. Well, you can manipulate the market if you got everybody together, I don't know, on a message board like maybe called Reddit, and then everybody, picked a time and then did some illegal pumping and dumping. It's doable, I don't think we'd ever have seen any proof of what that would look like. It would probably not affect the market at all. There probably wouldn't be any indication. Good times. So we're still on track. That's good. So 974 is the number we want to be above or on at the end of the day. So that works for me. Yeah, you can do a trace route, exactly. I was just spitballing a number because who the hell really cares? But point is, there probably is, because he was talking about the speed of things. There's going to probably be give me 1 second, sorry. There was cobalt here? The hell's that cobalt? Oh, right here. Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was just talking about execution speeds to do these basically frequency trading, to use a lack of a better word. So, yeah. the long and short of it is, yep, you can do it, and yep, people do it. So do what's best for you. This is what I want to do. Right. So we're still on track. Go to the 1 minute. It's pretty flat. A little bit of decline. And that's probably, yeah, probably the weight of things. Let's move up the lemon brigade. Let's get them over there. Let's stem the tide. Okay. Get the lemon sergeant over there. Yeah. Yep. See ya. And thanks for visiting. Oh yeah. Well, we'll work our lemon jubes. Here, I'll get you a big fat lemon. There. And we'll the lemon 5000. 500x lemon. There we go. That'll hold the market up. Yes. Quick, sacrifice the minstrels and other small aquatic creatures. Okay, 8. Ah, come on. Boop, boop. 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 Alright, sweet. Where's that cobalt? Which was over here, I believe. Oh, here it is. 60 meters underground. Okay. Not yet. Now it's not too bad. We're probably looking at just an overall slowdown, depression. That's fine. You know, it's a healthy retraction on our way up. So everything's looking millhouse. I don't like the fact we're inflecting downwards. We could still actually be in a pennant shape from earlier. And that earlier pennant, remember we were drawing one earlier? There's your breakout, right? That we had. So there's the breakout I called earlier. So now we failed to complete the U shape, if you remember that, around noon. So now we're back to being undecided whether we want to go up or down, right? So we're just trending at the top of another pennant shape. Actually, right at the top. So we could have a breakout real soon. And that corresponds with the arbitrary curve of my U shape, which I'll leave up because that helps us keep things in perspective when we're zoomed in. So this would be the lifting curve. And then the other lifting curve is way back there. So if we keep going sideways, eventually at some friggin' time, we're going to catch the curve. So arguably, we caught some of the curve here, which is probably because we likely don't want to be across the bottom. So I would expect us to have like a buffer like this. So either tomorrow morning or soon, we should probably get back into the 10s, staying off this curve. And basically, yeah, that's where I think we're headed. I think now there's a little bit more evidence to tell us that we're unfucking ourselves from this pit. Now just hope there's no new stupid news that fucking nukes us the second we try to get out of this hole. Like, all we need is like new super virus, Ebola plus COVID. Just be like, all right, that's it. Bam! Shotgun mouthwash. Like, fuck. Yeah, we just need something like that to really fuck us hard. Oh, whoops. What's the other thing? We have non-asset based subprime mortgages we completely forgot about on the back burner. House burns down. Oh. So that as I've said since day one is our biggest threat. All we need is some fucking ridiculous something or another, and then we'll be in trouble. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I don't want that. Whoops. Oh, I'll zoom in so you guys can see, since the lemons are kind of in the way. My bad. Sorry, I was looking at the larger picture, so what's happening right now doesn't really matter so much. But let's zoom in on the action in case this is a breakout. I need pipes. Conveyor. Okay. There we go. Or zombies. Yeah, zombies are not good. Luckily, historical zombies are pretty easy to kill, since the person is pretty much brain dead, as is. We don't want virus zombies. Because I think original zombies was based off of rabies and a psychoactive medication found in whatever the hell it's called, Haiti. Because that's where zombie culture comes from, and the human eating was very common in Caribs, the Caleb culture, Carib culture. They would eat humans quite a bit, and so that's where you conflate the two, and you have natives of the New World that are chomping down on humans, scaring the shit out of the British. Oh, my crumpets. Yeah. There's a fight on the AMC Discord. Too much drama for me. Yeah, so like prostitution, on a side note, so if you don't have a heavy drug addiction, and please don't develop one, essentially being on the stock market makes you fucking rich, right? So it's the same thing with prostitution. Those people are fucking rich, but they blow it all, so they have to make a job that makes lots of money quick. But if you don't blow it all, my God, like, who has $10,000 a month to waste on coke? Like, fuck, I'll buy more shares. Like, yeah, I don't got time to waste money on drugs. Shit, man, I got shit to do. But anyways, keep that in mind. That's why you find a lot of stockbrokers are heavy drug users, because it's an easy way to make money if you're good. Oh, we might have our breakout now if this is indeed a wedge. But if you can avoid a heavy drug addiction, you're in for a lot of money. Yeah, they literally blow it all. Yeah, they do. Even the Wolf of Wall Street guy was, he pretty much did tons of drugs to get him through the day, and then he got through the day as he got better to do drugs. So, yeah. Well, even like Sherlock Holmes and great minds of the past used opiates to help relax them so they could think better, right? So drugs aren't bad. Abuse of drugs is bad. And that's the real problem. And generally, no one can tell the difference because, American media and the fact that normal drug users, people that do low dose cocaine all the time, low dose amphetamines, you would never know, right? But the ones that do high dose and for the last 10 years, you see the effects, right? So that's the point. Yeah. Anyways, inventory. So we didn't get that breakout, but it just pushed back. So that's common and nothing to worry about. So it could still be a breakout, but we'll have to see. Where's this cobalt mine? Right here. 6. Okay. Whoop. Whoop whoop in the butt. I said whoop whoop in the butt. Let's do it in the butt. All right. I love that South Park parodied that. Because it's okay if you have a little fright. I won't bite, or at least not that hard. Butters. So good. One of their between Randy and Butters, South Park nailed it on those characters. Just nailed it. Randy is amazing. That is amazing writing. Here at Tegrity Farms. So good. Or I just rewatched the episode with the guns. So they're yelling at each other, pointing guns at each other, and they're like, wow, how did we ever, talk to each other without guns? I wonder what would happen if we just had guns everywhere. The world must have been a better place. Because everyone just stops and listens to each other. But that's the beauty of South Park, right? The key takeaway is that if everyone just stopped and listened to each other, all the problems would be solved. But then it gets messed up in comedy, and you get the lulls. Yeah. Oh, me? Maybe post-pandemic. If you want to see what I look like, whoop. Here. But you see, the problem with me having to do live it's just I have to do my hair and actually fucking care, right? And that's more work than I really want to do. I want to just roll out of bed, do shit all, trade stocks, and make my money. But here, I'll send you a picture so you have an idea of what I look like. Here we go. Copy image address. And there you go. Oh, Mr. Hankey's great. I don't know if that's... Oh, it won't let me send it because it's too much. Here, I'll just give you a link to it. Where is the link? Oh, there's the link. There we go. Oh, I mean, I have to like actually do something with my hair, like rather than like nobody visits me, so you know, I'd have to look a little less like shit. It's the less polite way of saying it. That requires work, but that's what I look like. All right. Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm not angry. I was just commenting. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Oh, this place is completely out of jazz. Okay. This place is not disco. So we didn't really have much of a breakout, which leads me to believe that there's no, that wasn't the top. Even though it could have been, but it didn't react properly. So most likely the pennant is wrong, as I was saying earlier. Yeah, it's all good. This is the AMC Theater, coming along nicely. Yeah. Let's turn this store back on. Toot. Open store. Deposit. I don't know how do I make this go faster? Oh, cool. Listing fee, transaction fee. You can really run a store here. Interesting. I want to put all my space credits. If I do this. Okay. Oh, I see. That's how I just how I deposit. Okay, I use the cash back. Oh, here we go. I can type something in here. 1200. Okay. Then I deposit. Ah, there we go. Sweet. Bingo. Now it's all in my account. Sweet. All right. And that way, if someone joins the server, they don't rob me. Yay. So let's see potentially if I got my chart wrong. So I'm gonna go park my ass and then take a look at this. So the easiest thing to do is that because this made a new high technically, is to adjust it like this. So, you know, this could have been true for, well, this was a pennant breakout, see, right there. But this one here is not, right? We did not see a breakout. So that one may not be the true top. So we'll just adjust It's also possible that it's not from here, but it's from here or from here, right? But that doesn't really affect us. If this is our pivot point, it doesn't matter where we start, per se. So usually I try to take the steepest one, which would probably be this guy here. And then that way the steepest one would trigger early. You want it to trigger on the earlier one versus all of a sudden you're caught off guard. So anyway, so that's the technique. If it doesn't work out, readjust. So right now we're trending on the breakout basically, which makes sense because if this was us coming up, we got a support line here. So if we break through the support line, we're going to take off a little. And then that might be what we need to, start attacking this. So you can think of that as a giant U, a completed V, a really shitty W, whatever way you want to think. Oh crap, lightning. Whichever way you want to think about it. I don't know if you guys can see that, but there's lightning blasting off over here. Yep, see that? So that's going to come with a sandstorm, and then it's going to start blowing holes and wrecking shit. Damn, I hate lightning storms. I have my sound off, so I can't hear anything. But, damn it. So a U shape is a cup and a handle, yeah. Yeah. I just call it U shape. But yeah, I think the more historical term is a cup, and then the handle is the roll. So cups don't have to form a handle, just like U shapes don't have to roll. But the idea is that once you finish the cup or the bowl or whatever vessel, you're going to have a decision point, right? So if this was a cup right here, a really bad one, the decision point was the shoulder, which was here. Technically the shoulder was here, but I don't know what happens when there's a gap. If it counts, like if it doesn't count, or if it's additive or whatever, right? So maybe the shoulder starts here then. I don't know. I don't have a lot of experience with gaps in a U shape. So let's just say the U goes here. We hit the thing, we decide. So there's a little bit of time because there's a decision, and then it decides down. So that's fine. So here, U shape, we didn't quite finish. We got close to finishing, but we didn't. And so we collapsed on our own weight. So this will be more severe because we didn't even get to the decision point. We basically went up, couldn't do it, so we're going to fail, and then we'll fail hard. So this was really what killed us, this little piece here, which is this piece here, which is this piece here. So there's a support line at 991 that basically murdered us here. Or, well, murdered us here. So U-shape here. This one goes up. See how it stops? A little bit of retraction, but then it decides, no, I'm good. So then it continues, right? Until whatever, I guess that was the Dow, murdered us here, right? But there's no handle on this, right? This is not a cup. This is like a ladle, right? So don't think all cups come with handles. And there's your crown shape right there. Up, down, but luckily the crown didn't go all the way immediately. It did go all the way eventually, but that little bit of stall stopped us from being more violently, if we went straight red like this that early in the morning, I think the whole day would have been washed. Would have been a wasted day. So that's good. So yeah, all in all, this is decent. You get your volume in, you get your height in before noon. I would have preferred a little bit higher in the afternoon. But, it's better. A 4% day is better than what we were having weeks ago, right? So, it works. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the spread is usually down to a penny, which is good. If the spread starts to widen, it means the market maker is basically he's out of float, or the volatility is so fast and so furious that he can't keep up. But that's rare. Okay, let me just respond to a meeting. Okay, I got a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Sweet. And we should be seeing a breakout anytime now. So it's trying to get out, but it's pulling itself under the line. But the second it gets over the line and holds, that's when we should see our breakout. Where the hell's the timer? Where's the countdown timer? Countdown timer. Oh, that was some serious lag. Okay. Weird. Normally the timer is there the whole time. So this is fine. It's still just pulling under the line. Yeah, so now the timer's not showing up until the last few seconds. That's weird. Normally it always shows up. I'm just going to take a quick second here. I really want that countdown timer. Status line. Countdown symbol. Appearance. Oh, there it is. Let's count down to close. Okay, maybe I just need to like reset it. Okay. Because that's super useful for me. So, oh, let's get those lemons moved over. Let's force their hand. The riot lemons. Whoop. You don't want to move that. There we go. Okay. So we're looking for it to cross over the blue line and stay over the blue line. Ooh, I look like somebody. That's cool. Hopefully that person is mucho attractive. Oh yes, look at that handsome cut of his jib. I can't tell if the storm went away. Oh no, the storm's still up there, but it looks like it's at a distance. Do 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 do. Okay, let's keep building until I get struck by lightning. I'm just going to set up a mining platform here while we wait for this to fix itself. Oh, cool. So I just realized that OBS sends out warnings when your encoder is overloaded. It just tells you your computer sucks the big 1111, so please use something lower. That's nice. Okay, whoa. Oh, I think the storm's coming. See how it's getting foggy? Shit's starting to blow around. Storms are coming. Which means I'm probably going to get struck by lightning again. Oh, slowest moving stock in the world. Yeah, you can see the volume at the bottom is like when it's flat, like almost near zero, that is basically zero. So, Deadsville, USA. Um, Damn storm. Hopefully it doesn't blast my station. So the first couple days on Mars here, my station got hit by lightning and it detonated this whole area right here. It hit the battery packs, and I was working on this machine right here, and all of a sudden I'm throwing like a couple of meters because it blew up my batteries, which are now armored in here in case lightning wants to hit them. But yeah, that sucked. I didn't even know about lightning or weather, and then it hit me. Okay. Yeah, definitely a storm's a coming. But I want to set up automated mining. There's silver and there's cobalt here. Both I don't need in large quantities, but might as well automate the retrieval. It makes things so much faster. Okay, I'm all out of resources. Yeah, I'm getting there. Oh, you're talking to Elon. Okay, yeah. No, I'm aiming for a Cybertruck as well. Just a life goal. I already got the license plate. It says Diamond Hands, so I'm excited to drive that around and give everyone the finger. Because all those people that didn't trust me to believe in AMC, I got to deal with a lot of people that are like, meh, AMC, me. Well, I'll fucking show them. I'll show them all. So. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you have to have conviction, a little bit of conviction to be a stockbroker. I've been trading for 5 years. I know what I'm doing. And I know a turd when I see it. The problem with AMC right now is its volume is garbage. Why? Host of reasons, but there's nothing we can do about it unless we can pump it up on Reddit or something. So it's like, just kill me. So slow. But as soon as it gets its volume back, the stock will take off and we will be rich. So life will be good. And we'll forget all, well, we won't forget all about this. I think we all still remember the 5.5 and the 8.6 moments, or the 14 robot. We've definitely not forgotten that. But this will all be behind us, basically, long story short. And we'll feast upon the minstrels and the breakfast cereals. And there'll be a great gnashing of teeth. Yeah. Yeah, 8. 8 was bad. Whichever way you slice it. Spooky storm. Can't see shit. That's why it's good to put stuff down on the ground so you can have called landmarking. Yeah, alright. Ooh. Let us go adventure. So we broke out. Now is it going to hold? I don't want to get my hopes up too high. It should show an increase in volume, which we have. Oh, that was fun. I accidentally hit all the wrong keys. I turned off my jetpack and the inertia dampeners. What I really wanted to not do. That hurt. Do I get cool stuff? Give me some cool stuff. No cool stuff. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate you too. Yeah. So we saw the volume, but look at how it's frozen. So where the hell's the commitment? Come on, stock. Show us the money. Literally and figuratively. Okay, so it's gapping up. So this might be it. But we're going to need to see some volume conviction before we can call it. We're halfway. Maybe, just maybe. Wow. Or just not. So there should be far more conviction if that was a breakout. I mean, we 13 times our volume, but shit all. Come on. Just hit the gas pedal. So when volume's really low, technicals that are supposed to happen get dragged out. So my timing becomes very, very bad. Could technically even lift that to here, since that was the top. But it looks like the breakout was right. Yeah, right here. So that was the last one, and that's the breakout. But yeah, we're not moving like we should. Yeah, we're moving like a penny stock no one cares about. Ah, storm. Probably not a good idea to be out here, but YOLO. If I move quick enough, the lightning might not be able to hit me. I normally only get hit when I'm standing still. So I don't know what its metric is, but I'll just hide. Stay alive here. Yeah, I have to constantly check that I'm actually on the right time frame, because it looks like we're on like the 30-minute or something like that, but we're on the minute time frame and we're zoomed into the pennies. We're like physically not moving. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I almost think I'm frozen. Stocks don't freeze like this. But here we are. Not moving. Oh, I could do with some Taco Bell. Nom nom nom. Maybe that's going to be my weekend goal. As soon as this stream's over, I'll make a list. I'll go make myself some Taco Bella on the weekend. I've been craving it, but the greasiness of the beef I don't think I can do, so I'll just make my own. Make some spicy beef, get some tacos going, roll up a couple of burritos. So good. Yeah, well, I don't know how this storm metric works, but I've been struck by lightning like 3 times. So it clearly aims for the player. But I've only been hit when I'm not moving. So I don't know how it works. Just I think it's for them to punish you for being outside in a storm. So a storm, you're supposed to take shelter, and when you don't, they punish you. But I don't know. Like, those lightning bolts actually hit the ground, but there's definitely a lightning bolt that aims at you after a certain timer of some sort. Hooray! There we go. We're finally fucking free. Jesus Christ, that was slow. We froze for 2 minutes. So there's the increase in volume. There's the proper breakout. Holy God. That was watching paint dry. So that might have been the whole breakout. We might be done now. I don't know. But there it is. As I said, all wedge patterns and pennants generally always show a breakout. It just might take forever. Okay, well, I'm going to scrummage for some food because I'm a little hungry while this storm is doing its thing. If I get struck by lightning, cool. But I'll just quickly make some food. I don't think we're going to take off. It's just going to be slow beans. I'm back, and my predictions were accurate, and I didn't get struck by lightning. Awesome. Oh, so I realized there was extra pasta in the pot from earlier this morning. So I tossed in that extra hot spicy tomato with sour cream and melted cheese, and I basically made a very good mac and cheese, if you will, a premium grade. And the construction crew seems to be outside my house again. Excuse me. Doing what? I do not know. Or do not know, I should say. So we did have our breakout, and it kind of went as thought. It just kind of pooped out. Which is sort of expected. Okay. So now the question is, are we going to stay above this blue trend line, or will we go under it? It's going to be the next deciding factor, point thing. I'll have to make up its mind on that. Hopefully we'll bounce off of it, and then that will give us a floor, and then we'll start our recovery, but we can't force the market, so we'll just see what it decides it's going to do. It could go either way. Or in other parlance, I don't have the knowledge to tell you, since I'm not that kind of deity. Can't predict that. It's just throwing rocks at me. Okay. Oh, and it's good to see you, Stacy. All right. So we're actually doing pretty good today by YouTube standards. We've definitely slowing down. We were at about 55, now we're at 33. But so has the stock. 450 people have viewed us over the course of the day, with most people staying around 25 minutes, which is our average. And that's not too bad. C-O-T-Y? Cotty. I know that one. C-O-T-Y. You're talking about Cotty. Yeah. Yeah, CFDs. Okay, let's take a look at this. Non-household personal care, non-durables. So consumption products. Let's see, it's all time. Volume's increasing. Reversal. Yeah. Yeah, I could see it being a buy. This might be a dead cat, but judging by the angle, the likelihood of it being a dead kitty is a little less. I wouldn't have bought it a month ago, it looks like. I wouldn't have touched it in, last year. The end of last year. So yeah, it was pretty much on a rebound since February, like everyone else. you're below the average, but something happened here. So nobody gave a crap about the stock, and then see here, massive sell-off, like that, just crippling. Look at the volume and look at the downwards motion, right? So they were treading water for a while, going flat, and of course, if you go flat for too long, usually you plummet. Excuse me, and that was your warning sign right there. And then it never recovered from it, so it did an inverted pennant shape right here, and then it ended up crashing on that one. And then it crashed again and again. So I would like to know why it's plummeting. But it's now, the severity of the crashes are less, so it might be over. It's still a little dangerous. It's lost 92% of its value from peak. Whatever the hell caused that. They're due. What are they doing? Skincare. So, yeah, this company's not going to. This company's not going to recover until people start going out in the publics. If it's beauty, personal care, there's going to be a reduction until people need to look good. But if you really believe in the company, it might be valuable at this point because it's heavily depressed. The company's lost so much money, right? So you'd have to do a little bit more research on it, but it does look like it's going into a U shape, right? So it's slowing down. You got bigger bottoms. It's less aggressive. This is like pretty aggressive. This is like a crash. So you don't see that. It's slow and it's drawn out. So this isn't completely drawn out like this. It's still got a good downwards motion. So you might see another one, and then it would go like this, then like this, then you would start up, which is kind of what we're going through, right? There's $14. This is what happened to us. Then you have a false positive, and now we're on the road to recovery. Except we went down a lot lower. So, yeah, you'd have to do a little bit of diligence on it, but it doesn't look that bad. Not too bad. So, and we're treading water, but we're not going back, so that's good. A really tiny U shape, maybe? Question mark. I'm Ron Burgundy. Maybe we'll get a W out of it. So far, not bad. We'll see. Oh, and to answer the question, have we detached ourselves? No. But it looks like when we go low volume, GME still tugs on us pretty hard. When we're high volume, we're separated. But in low volume scenarios, I think we get tossed out when GME gets tossed out. Because right now, like, we're ahead of them, right? We're higher than them. But every time they have a large negative, so like if we just go look at GME, see how they went up? We went up, right? So if this was negative for them, which say like right here, see us, negative as well, right? So they definitely affect us. So between the, or actually, maybe I can do that. Hold on. If I do the Dow on a new price scale, and I do GME on a new price scale. Okay, here we go. I was like, I wonder if I can show both of them. Okay, so our stock price is basically the combination of these two lines, right? So here, the orange is the broader market, and that's GME. So if there is no GME, or GME is in agreement with the market, we will equal, right? So here, you see how it's flat? We basically followed it. And then here, the market starts to rise, but GME rises quicker, so we exceed the market. GME crashes, we're still going along. The market's still going up, but we start to turn. And then when the market starts to turn, this little bit of GME keeping us up, when they both line up, we plummet, right? So here we kind of took it a little bit harder than maybe these two guys, but I don't know, the charts aren't lining up perfectly, right? So, but you can get the general idea. Oh, that's a bit of a Nazi swastika there. Damn. So here GME took off. We didn't follow them, or at least not to the same amount. Let's just flatten out GME because we never move as much as they do. We'll flatten these out. Here we go. So we're coming here, and the Dow's going down, but GME is countering it. So we continue up. GME definitely has a more of a intensity on us. But GME starts to go flat, we go flat. Then we become more, the Dow becomes more of our guiding star. GME takes off, we follow suit. The Dow's starting to lift up, so we're going to follow suit. But yeah, if we merge these two together, we can basically you can basically see our stock price in there somewhere. Like you can see us follow. If I can get this right, like see how close we follow GME, right? So we're pretty on it. Like I can fit it right here. Yeah, and even here, see the little cat ear? Identical, right? Identical. So we are affected by them, but it's not 100%. See, so we have our moments where the Dow does good and GME does bad. We get little bursts. Now this here, I think, was the breakout. So that was our technicals. So, but anyways, long story short, no, we're still pretty tied to GME, especially when volume is low. And that's easily evident as shown by what I just showed you. Self-evident, I guess, is the word to be said. No problem. I don't mind giving insight. When possible. It helps make an otherwise long moment in time a little bit shorter. Oh, there's the button. Nope. We gotta flip this thing over. Oh, I think I broke it. Come on, rotate. Oh, come on. Turn that frown upside down. There we go. Where's the pushy button? This one's broken? Oh, that might be it, right there. Come on, push, push, push. Yay! Give me something special. No special. Well, you rot in your hole. So I found out the special stuff you get you can then sell it on the Steam store. So you unlock content for the game, basically. It's pretty cool. Sideways action. Maybe I'll have to start getting some option trading going, just to deal with the AMC being such a slow butt. Read charts. I always say for people that want to start, go to Investopedia. I really like that website. It's clear, it's concise. Just make sure you run an ad blocker. And then it really comes down to once you get a sense of the terms and you start to understand some of the common patterns, then it's a matter of just staring at the chart. But if you don't have that basic knowledge and you start staring at the chart, you're just wasting your time. Now, if you're following along with like what I do, and you start to kind of get the same mentality, then you could probably stare at charts and then go read Investopedia. But if you're just starting out of the blue, I would say start learning just the patterns, the shapes, the terms, and then start thinking about the psychology of why things are. So if the pattern tells you something, right? Why does that pattern exist? What creates that pattern? And fundamentally, what's the psychology behind that pattern? So why is that pattern being created? And then you'll start to see that the reason why many patterns work, and there is no right pattern, it's only certain patterns work at certain times, it's because certain patterns detect certain mentalities. And if that mentality doesn't exist, the pattern won't work or won't appear. But that tells you if the pattern is not there, the absence of the pattern is in fact information, right? If I'm not seeing a U, it's because the mentality of the U is not there. Therefore, I can extrapolate, right? And so that's the real takeaway. It's just because you're being told right in front of you the absolute truth. The chart is telling you exactly what has happened to a complete truth, right? And it's up to you to interpret the bleeding edge and the past to predict the future. And that's stock trading, right? And so the only way you can really do that is to use the past, which is in the past, so it's inherently not useful, to guess the future, which is inherently, let's say, random. But it is not random. Humans work on cause and effect. So if the cause is there, the effect is there. So if we're just seeing the effects, we can guess the cause. We can go the other way around. And if we get ahead of the curve and we're seeing all these effects and we're predicting the effects because we can see them, then we know the cause. Then we know what's going to cause the next effects. And then that's when we finally get ahead. And that's when you finally become a good stock trader. So if you can wrap your head around what I just said, then yeah, start with just learning, maybe even take up human psych, but you'll learn enough from here. But just look at the patterns, read up on all the different indicators, but don't read them so literally. Just try to understand why they exist, what they are trying to tell you, and why. And I think that will give you more than anything. At least that's what works for me. That's what really gives me my confidence, my edge, is because that's the number one thing. Self-doubt is the absolute killer on the stock market. You doubt yourself. You don't know. You have no confidence, right? Are you sure you're right? Well, how do you know if you're right if you're just going off your own judgment? That kills you, and it'll make you fuck up more than anything. So all you're learning is to get rid of that. So, yep, go for it. Go for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, be confident, or don't risk anything you're really afraid to lose, and then you don't care, right? So one of the two, right? Don't bite off more than you can chew, or do it, but just don't choke. Whatever works. Yeah. God, it's so slow. And also, this trading view is kind of nice because there's a whole community that has, I think they call them ideas. Oh, here it is. Yeah, ideas. So you can basically click on somebody's chart, right? And then they basically show you their technicals, and then they explain their view. And this is very helpful because you can also then play their chart later to see if they're right. But you can get an idea of like their breakouts and their mentality. So that's very. Oh, this might cause the page to break, but that's pretty good stuff here. And then also pretty good. Oh, it only showed up in the one side. Oh no, we're just lagging, or I'm lagging compared to what you guys see. But if we go back to my chart, oh no, it's Facebook. I don't want Facebook. Go back to my chart. You can also click up here, and they have all these different indicators that you can go through. And if you learn all of these are all the major ones. There's only like 30, I think. Then that's nice. The candlestick patterns will give you a nice, because we use these two a lot. And those are my kings, the 3 kings. So anyways, and then these are all the different indicators. So if you know about half of them, you'll get an idea. These ones here are more modern. The Fibonacci stuff is pretty cool. The Elders Force Index, that one's good too. Oh, this one, the Shikamoto Cloud. I like this one. This one here is like my boiler bands that I really like, but it flips, I believe. When the stock changes, it flips. It's a little chaotic, but this one's really cool if you look it up. I like that one. It's been a long time since I used it, so I couldn't tell you how to use it at the moment, but I remember it being cool. But anyways, yeah, you do what works for you. Just giving you a little bit of heads ups. But TradingView is nice and fun. It'll help you get where you want to go. It's provocative, gets the people going. Okay. Yep, the lemons tend to work, Dare I say we're a cult of lemons, but the lemons rarely fail us. Although I try not to waste their magic on days that are incredibly negative, but they tend to hold. We are going sideways, so we kind of have a W and we kind of collapsed. So we had basically a W here, but it wasn't high enough, so we collapsed. But when it's this super dumb, I wouldn't put a lot of stock into technicals, because there's a lot of it has to do with it just collapsing on its own weight. So, because we're not moving. So whenever you don't move for a long period of time, as I've said a few times this hour, usually you have a collapse down. But if you're not moving and there's no volume, your collapse down might even be muted, because nobody cares, so much so that it doesn't even collapse. So there's that too, right? So you have to keep an eye on the volume, which is a little bit better than earlier, but still garbage. Nothing to write home about. All right. Going sideways. So now as we keep going sideways, that's good. So that goes back to my earlier conversation around noon. As long as we stay around 976 at close, we're okay, right? So close is coming up right here. So we're trying to be right here or better by close. That's the goal. So hopefully we'll pick up the edge of this line. This purple's not guaranteed, this dark one. Excuse me, but hopefully we hit it. If we hit it, then it confirms what I was talking about earlier. If we don't hit it, then we're going to probably keep going until we do the light pink one. But either way, we should be seeing the upswing sooner than later. So that's what we're waiting for now. But we'll see it when we hit it. It'll be severe, and it will be fast, and the volume will fly up. I don't know. Like I'm kind of thankful that I'm not in the market right now. Well, I'm in the market, but I'm not looking to buy because you're kind of a little too high. But I think in the long term, obviously, your no price is a bad price, right? So in the short term, I don't know, but I'm thinking very soon you're going to hit the wall, and then you're going to go up. So I would probably have bought hours ago, but I'm guessing now might be okay. I don't know if we're done going sideways though. So if you're trying to time bottoms and tops, that's your problem. So that might be us hitting the wall, or that's just us trying to make a giant W. Well, I wouldn't say giant, but a bigger than the last time W. Let's use proper terms. That's still a super small W. But you can see here that the gap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So there is a potential to do a W here. That could happen. So it's not that it's hitting the proverbial wall. It might be hitting the W. The two could be together, but usually the wall is going to look a little bit more like this, like the line, and less like a W. So we'll see what's happening. But yeah, again, going back to what I was talking about 10 minutes ago, you can't predict the market. The market can only tell you what it's doing, and hindsight is of course 2020. So we have to just let it run half the time because there's no way for us to know. Now, you can guess all you want, but there's no way to know, not unless you got some insiding trading. So, and there's no point burning yourself out trying to guess every single friggin' minute, unless you're planning on making a buy, or you have to decide to make a sell. But at these numbers, you're overcomplicating stock trading. Too much stress for a couple of fucking pennies. Just bite the bullet, right? So, yeah, 2020 is hindsight. Yeah. Yep. Good joke. Although 2020, no joke. Worst year on record. Or on near record. Because ooh, that looks really nice. I love bumblebee colors. This is my corporation colors. Banana, yellow, and black. Also, my spaceship. Like I run a business, so it's also my business colors. So my favorite color is banana yellow. Next is like cerulean blue, like energy blue, like that blue. I love that blue. It's such a good blue. But I think if my house was blue, I would burn out. But if my house was yellow, I'd love it. Yellow and black, high contrast. Yeah. And then earth tones, military colors are great too. And grays can be nice. They're all good. Electric colors like this green, it's not bad. Electric blue's nice. Oh, I run a not-for-profit that does smart city things. That's a better way to put it. So right now I'm doing pothole detection, 311 system, so municipal reporting of problems, and what's the other one? Bus cancellations. Those are my 3 ongoing projects. Doesn't pay anything, doesn't need to pay anything. I'm just doing them for societal good. It'll be nice when they finally pay, because then I can do them full time. But right now it's just a side gig. Well, it's a side gig at this point, because I'm off work from my main job because of my health, and I am barely doing anything. I got students doing stuff, but I'm barely myself doing anything because I don't have the will. I can barely play this video game and trade stocks, let alone complicated, solving world hunger crap. So, but hopefully when my health gets better, then it can all turn around. But as I've learned from the stock market, don't put too much hope into things. Just it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And you're dead. Ah, struck by lightning. Yeah. Yeah, stupid health. At least I can control my health a little bit as long as I don't eat. But I do like food. And it's hard to have... It's a delicate line to tread. Because you have to eat sometime. And then it's like, but I need to work. But I can't work without food. And then it's like, So I may have to do like one day on, one day off. One day of eating, one day of not. And that might work. Or, the doctors could just figure out my medication and not. So that's kind of where we are right now. Oh, it's just hyperactive neurons in the gut releasing stress hormones. So years of drinking coffee, I guess not eating well, I don't really know what caused it. It could be a birth defect. They don't really know, nor do they really care. But the long story short is that anything that agitates my gut causes me to build up stress hormones. So if I eat like something really spicy or, I don't know, like a lot of onions, I'll basically get panic attacks, feel like you're having a heart attack, blurred vision, muscle problems. You basically feel like you're dying, but you're not. And then, of course, if you don't have a strong mindset, when you're constantly gasping for air, your body's shaking, you can't see, it's hard to lie to yourself that everything's good and you're not dying. So you end up getting, trauma, because you're basically getting a repeative abuse from your body, right? So you start to develop trauma. So I ignored it for as long as I can, and then my body started shutting down. And then basically now I'm going the other way around. I'm recovering, but it's not fun. You can have all the mental fortitude in the world, but if your body says fuck off, well, see ya. You're going downhill fast. Yeah. So it's like people that have cancer. You can be all, I don't have cancer, and live your life to the fullest, but at the end of the day, you got cancer, buddy. It's going to kick you. So, but a lot of the recovery is ignoring it in a positive way. It's so you don't make it worse than it really is, but you have to acknowledge that it is bad. So Like in my case, I can't just eat anything I want to eat. I can't drink large amounts of water. I can't do anything that aggravates my gut, or I'm in for a roller coaster of fun. But I can live with those restrictions, other than I love food, and I want some Taco Bell, which we've talked about a few times today. I might just YOLO and have some Taco Bell and pay for it. I don't know. I'll do it on the weekend so I don't have to tap out from the stream. BRB, dead. But anyway, so that's my current dilemma. My problem, not yours. So don't worry about it. I'll get through it. It'll just take some time. Ugh. That door did not let out oxygen. Did this thing run out of oxygen? Uh-oh. This thing might be finally out of ice. Or there's a hole in my station. Did the lightning put a hole in my roof? Maybe that's what's going on. No. This thing might be out of oxygen. Sorry for the side. I just realized normally there's a depressurization when I open the door. And it didn't happen. So I'm just like, hey, what's up? And it's not like our stock's doing anything. So that's a hydrogen tank. Where's our oxygen tanks? Okay. Oxygen tanks are relatively full. So what's your friggin' problem? Let me check. Vent, V. Air vent, here we go. Air pressure is at 61%, not pressurized, 61%, 100, 61.2%. Something's up, but it's maintaining pressure, so I'm guessing there's no hole in my room. Okay, anyways, not really important, but you get the gist of it. Health, not so great, but whatevs. This roof looks solid. Okay, it's pressurizing very slowly. Yeah, you can see in the bottom here, it says low, warm. Good. Oh, there you go. There's the depressurization I was looking for. Sweet. Okay, everything's good. So this might be us tapping the curve. How much time do we have left? We're almost at 3 o'clock. Okay, let's just get this all millhouse. What are we lacking here? 4 metal grids. 4 metal grids. Okay. Which incidentally is what we need cobalt for. Metal grids. There's 10. And now we'll be able to access resources from the ground here. One display and 2 computers, which apparently I did not notice. Oh. One display. And come on, Stocky. Go up. You can do it. You can do it all night long. Wow, this place does not have 10 computers. Whoa, sucks. Computers need silicone too, so I'm not going to be able to get it. All right, time to fly over to the AMC Theater. Oh, that's not the key I wanted to hit. There we go. Oof. Okay. There's computers. Oh, here it is. 10 computers, and then we'll take the rest of it in metal chunks. All right. So yeah, we're still just trending sideways. We can just quickly look at the rest of them. So GME's going up, Dow's gone sideways, S&P's gone down, Nasdaq's gone down. Let's see if I got money in Roblox now. No. Okay. So nothing new to report. I think that purple thing just moved. I don't remember the... Oh, there we go. That'll do it. That's the problem with charts. As you scroll, they get distorted. So you have to take all your lines with a grain of salt because of the distortion. There we go. Yeah, sure. I can get the lemons up there. I'll move them to a reinforcing position. There we go. Actually, let's move you this way. Actually, even better, let's get you in there. Front line. Yeah. All right. Blocking maneuver. Good stuff. Now I get to be a miner. And not the illegal kind. Or not illegal kind, underage kind. So now you'll see this stone is going to disappear. If this is properly hooked up, which it is, the refinery should pick up. Oh, but it's not interconnected. Something's wrong. So this is hooked up, but this piece is not hooked up. Okay, so that goes to there, that goes to here. And there's evidently a problem right here. Some part is missing. When did that happen? Oh shit, maybe that was when I told the gun to fire and I blew a hole through my base. But I don't see a gun here. I told this thing to just fire. Yeah, I see nothing there. Okay, well, there's the problem. However that happened. Maybe I hit it with my airplane. 9. Turn. Rotate. Okay. Well, the sun just came out. I need some interior plates. Okay. So it looks like the lemons are holding. Let me just check we're on the 1 minute because it's gone super slow again. Yep. So we're just watching this thing go sideways. Nothing to report. No, it's about power. So people, when they run communities, right, they generally do it for the power, or they love people. And a lot of the new community managers, they get a sense of taste of power, celebrity, right? So then they fight to defend it because they want it, right? So that's probably what's going on. Is that he's just fighting for what he thought is part of his. But realistically, the smart thing to do is just to build a competing community and destroy the other one because you're fundamentally better. And if you're not fundamentally better, then perhaps you're not as good as you thought you were. And, the same holds true with me, right? If I never succeed, then perhaps, what I'm doing is not good. Maybe I do need to resort to reaction poses and fucking clickbait titles. But we'll cross that road when we get there. I will resist as long as I can. But 'tis what it is. Yeah, lemons are doing good. Good job, lemons. Ah, here we go. Small steel tube. Oh, right, it's not hooked up. That's why I can't see. That's why I can't access it. Right. I sees. And well, I guess the tribe has spoken. Spoken? Spoken, yeah. Oh, just having some indigestion there. Body doesn't like the dairy, but I love the dairy. You will take the dairy and you will enjoy it. Nine? Nope. Yep. Perfect. I need some comps. Get some comps. There we go. Classic YouTube name. There's some very intelligent YouTube names. God, I love it. Yep, exactly. Yay, it took the rocks out of the small cargo container. Good, now the refinery's all hooked up. Alright. So, we're down here mining away. Whatever I put in this box will then go to the refinery. Let's see if that works. Here we go. And boom, gone. Excellent. Ah, good. Now we dig. So where's the cobalt? The cobalt is right underneath us. 60 meters. Okay. Time to tunnel. Jeez. It's a bit of a ways down. I underestimated how big 50 is. Oh, thank God for jetpacks. The first kid to stumble into that hole is going to have a bad day. Okay, so I'm going to want to widen this so that I can get some form of platform down here. And I'm going to need to get some lighting too. Okay. Yeesh. 5, 6 steel plates. Oh, excuse me. Well, the market makers don't affect the stock price. Like, they just provide the transaction, so they just want volatility or motion. So we're now 2 minutes into sour hour, but they just want motion. The more people trade back and forth, the more money they make. I would say that this is just dying because nobody's doing anything. So now there's the psychological 3 o'clock and people are putting their money in. So this is probably the Reddit gang. Oh no, there won't be a gap in the spread. That's how it works, right? The market maker executes all buys and all sells. And then if you're looking to buy, it transfers you to the other guy for a penny, and the other guy pays a penny to get it from him. So they make a cent across or whatever, or 2 cents, whichever way it works, right? So that's good. We're now getting a bit of a breakout. So we're now over the line of scrimmage. That's good. So this is 3 o'clock, more so than probably hitting the edge. But at least we're getting up over 985 or 987. Oops. Because that's kind of where we want to be, give or take. If we're matching the U shape, we want to be here or better. So this is best. This is good. This is worst. And well, I guess this is not bad. And this is worse. If we're in here somewhere, bad. But so we want here or here. These quadrants is what we want. And okay, time to build a little bit more while we watch. Let me zoom in a little bit more because I can't watch from this far away. Okay, what's GME doing? Nothing. Dow up, S&P up, NASDAQ up. Okay, so the market went up. The broad market went up. GME didn't even move. GME is going into a clear pennant shape. So they're probably overdue. There's going to probably be a breakdown or a breakup any minute now. I'm not going to waste time figuring out which one because I don't care. The volume's so low that even if GME did crash, I don't think we would be affected horrifically. Crap. Where did I put my chainsaw? There's my gun. So where's my chainsaw? Crap. Maybe I left it over here. So good, we're continuing up. So we had a brief pause, so there's probably a line of support resistance that we just broke through. So our next major line is, oh yeah, so there's the line that we just broke through right here. So our next major line is coming up right now, which is basically 9.5. And then psychological 10. And then we're back to earlier today with these lines that we never reached. So, yeah, but I mean, we're only 10 cents away from glory, but it's slow going. Excuse me. Now, this bit of volume's pretty good. There was a 15. But see, it didn't go anywhere, so it's half sellers, half buyers kind of deal. So nothing too important to write home about. There's my grinder. Oh, that's what I was hearing in the background. This is another storm, but no lightning. Just a dust storm. Old-fashioned dust storm. So when I'm not playing on ultra low quality, the dust storm actually looks pretty decent. Oh, damn. But I'm playing on ultra low so it doesn't lag the stream for you guys. This game's just entertained me so I don't die of boredom. Because if I die of boredom, then I won't do this stream because, like, fuck it. I'm not going through the hell. So. Alright. Because I guess unlike those hype lords, I don't get paid for this. So there's nothing keeping me here except for the fact that I have to trade stocks anyways. Although I could, right now, I could wait a couple of weeks until I get my money back. Doesn't look like there's any lightning. Good. Alright. Oh yes, I wanted to set up a light post. Okay, G. S-P-O-T, spotlight. So, turn that frown upside down. Oh shit. Really? I'm responding to the chat. So, Robinhood. Oh yeah, see you, Zeus. So Robinhood's gonna lose its broker-dealer license. Is that Massachusetts? Is what Mass means? Oh man, that's about as bad as it can get. You lose. Well, I wonder if you lose your license. Do you lose your license over the whole place, or you just can't trade in Massachusetts? Like I don't know how the U.S. works. Yeah, in Canada it's federal, but in the States you can have individual states set their own rules, so they can just bar you from their state, right? But if you're on a federal level, you can be like, hee, I don't listen to you. And then they just ban you. And then you say, well, suck it. I don't care. And then there's nothing they can do, per se, other than try to stop you and arrest you if you ever enter their state kind of deal. Okay, so that's just dumb. You know, if you just block it for one state, but the precedent is, I would say, somewhat unheard of, right? So that's pretty crazy. But then they'll come back and say, no, they're criminals, and therefore we're not going to allow this behavior. But that's pretty extreme, you know. And then that's only a few steps away from the SEC going, hey, you know what? They were right. And then you are fucked. Oh, this place did run out of oxygen. Okay. This base has run out of oxygen. That's why it's not, the door's not working properly. Oh, nonetheless, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Fuck Robinhood. That's what they get for being dicks. You know, we don't have them in Canada because that sort of stuff is predatory, and they believe that the banks can do a better job here, and they do because the banks are incredibly regulated. They wouldn't pull any funky shit because if they lose their license, banks are losing billions. So they don't have any drive to do dumb stuff. So there's my my light into my pit tunnel. Yeah. So now what I gotta do is get an automated picker-upper. Something that's going to vacuum up all those rocks. So that's the next thing. Let's get those lemons reinforcing the line. So we're still on track for the U shape. So with the more macro projections, everything will be slow. So like this kind of slow movement looks kind of boring, but it's still going perfectly along the macro. So if this is indeed the line, we'll see us touch it and we'll follow it, minus a little bit of wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, yeah. So don't be too upset. And if it doesn't follow it perfectly, also don't be too upset because there's always volatility. So the long-term macro will hold if it's right, regardless of the short-term crap. So don't lose heart too soon. Yeah. Oh, yay. Oh yeah, these two things aren't going to match each other, are they? Nope. Okay. This also protects me from lightning. If something's going to get hit, it's that thing. Wiggle, 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 yeah. No, it's party rocking. Jeez, man. There's no manipulation. Wiggle, 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 yeah. And you gotta not be sorry for party rocking. Uh, 2000 and something. How am I gonna do this? Guess I dig a secondary tunnel and I come off this side here and go straight down. But the cobalt is like 60 meters underground. Fuck. It's gonna be a long dig. Well, I guess. Or actually, let's hit the cobalt first. Cobalt. And then work our way up. Okay. Down, down, down. Dive, dive, dive. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. I wonder how far this light goes before it attenuates. So far, it's looking pretty good. Just drilling straight down into the center of the earth. This is the... Okay, so when I looked at the numbers and realized the numbers were not going down as quick, I realized I passed it. There's the cobalt. Excellent. That's not cobalt. That's just dirt. Wow, that's a tunnel. Nice. All right, that's pretty cool. So if I look at it this way, cool. Oh no 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 no! Oh, I couldn't find the X key, and I just fell all the way down. I was hitting every key but I'm like, shit. Okay, there we go. Damn. Okay. So that's going to be pretty far down to put a vacuum cleaner. Oh well, okay. No, but a CEO or a company can invoke policy that shapes the price. But they cannot, once it's on the market, they have no power to what you consider the price of a stock. They have no power over it. They can buy back a shares. They can use their money to manipulate the price a little bit. But that's basically it. They don't have any other abilities because the market is free and open and all that jazz. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So I'll just make a little landing here. So I can work. Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Could do an entire spiral, but this just gives me a little bit of working room in the tunnel. Also, it looks cool. But yeah, if you ever need to, you don't have jetpacks and you ever need to do a tunnel, dig a spiral, basically, around your main hole. And then and if you ever have to add rooms, you just dig out from whatever height you want. So that works. So that's got us about halfway. Okay, so which way was the actual hole? The secondary hole is right here. So let's keep going. So this hole is to run those pipes all the way down so they can collect the rocks, so I don't have to bring them all the way up. There we go. One hole should be enough, but then it lets me fly up. So the second hole will hold the pipes. Perfect. So the cobalt is actually here. I don't want to go too much lower. All right. Excellent. Good. So I'll just trim this up as I go up. Just widening the hole. Okay, share price looks like it's going into an S, so we might see a rebound shortly. Boom. Okay. And let's get rid of this hump right here. There we go. Oh, another friggin' sandstorm. Oh yeah, I guess we knew that. It was a sandstorm without lightning. Yes. Good. Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody benefits if they put deep fucking value in jail, because that would just scare off the retail investors, right? And technically he hasn't done anything wrong aside from he participated in essentially pumping and dumping. But they probably just scared him shitless and said, look, Don't do that again. Stay away from that. And he can't help it that he's a celebrity. But now that he is a celebrity, he has to realize that it comes with consequences. Just like Khor's got in trouble just the other day, right? The SEC shut down his YouTube channel, apparently, unless he made that up for hype. But I mean, that would damage your credibility big time, so why would you lie about that? Yeah, no, the SEC is out there. You don't want to fuck with them. They will kick your ass sideways. And I'm not even an American citizen, so I couldn't give a shit. But if I want to play on the American markets, I gotta give a shit. So, they can't hurt me financially. They can't throw me in jail. They can't do anything to me aside from revoke my ability to trade in the U.S. markets and maybe get Homeland Security beat me up when I cross the border. But why go down that road if you don't have to, right? So, I wonder if they have extradition treaties. If I commit financial crimes, they might send me across the border on behest of the United States. But for a financial crime, and a trivial one, I don't know. To put me in an American jail, they'd probably just charge me in Canada for the US crime and put me in a Canadian jail. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to fuck with the SEC. It's like the IRS. When they get really pissed, the IRS are mean. They are very mean. But see, people fuck with them all the time, but it's just because there's so much crap. The IRS can't turn their attention. But as soon as they do turn their attention, then they go all out for their money. Same with the Canadian Revenue Agency. They're generally very passive, but if you piss them off, they will spend all their money just ramming you into court and beating you up and making sure every cent you make goes to them. Just don't piss them off. Which is funny to say, but I think they've learned that they have to have some teeth or people would walk all over them. So they show their teeth once in a while to, tell people it's not okay, right? Just like the SEC. They let a lot slide, but when they want to, they'll just nail you on the tiniest thing, right? So it's selective enforcement, but it keeps you on your toes. So Dodge is up 17 cents or at 17 cents. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, garnish my wages, IRS. I only make, 10 cents. Yeah, you got it. You get the gist of it. Oh, man. So we lost in our stream, we lost 6 people with our conversation about the IRS. Got some haters in here. I was like, man, the numbers went down. Just guess the SEC finally picked off a few people. It's like the KGB with less communism. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, the KGB is pretty rough too. Selective enforcement, and when they do, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Like even the CIA has standards. They dial it back. But yeah, when they go all out, things get a little dicey. Guess that's true about a lot of companies. When you corner a rat, it gets vicious, kind of deal. I like the government. Without it, you would just have idiots running the place. At least you have elected idiots. But Usually people that dislike government, big government, have no good solutions, or they overly think that people can somehow get along and kumbaya their way. And then they really gloss over the fact that when humans are left to their own devices, they squabble over resources, aka Somalia, aka Yemen, aka colonial era Europe. It becomes very primal. But yeah, at least from what I've heard from US kind of small government. But you can do a lot worse. No government is worse than some government, at least in my book. Failed states are horrible. All right. Do 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 do. Well, it looks like this pipe's going through the wall. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they are elected, but when Plato and the Greeks were thinking about a republic, they were not thinking that you would elect celebrities. Like, what is it? Dwayne Johnson is now 65% of people want him in. The only problem with Dwayne Johnson, as much as I like him, he spends a lot of time making people like him. He's just a giant sell. Like, all he does is sell. He self-promotes. He's basically whoring every 10 seconds. So it's like, okay, it's cool and all, but you're running an advertisement company, and the advertisement company's yourself. So it's like, there's a little bit more to running a country than that, right? So, yeah, you might be a nice guy, but it's just like YouTube promoters. That's not really who you want running a country. Yeah. You want the steady hand of, or the cold, steady hands of Biden, brushing up against your hair with the familiar sniff of old man. They hit the bottom? All right. I made it all the way down with only one minor correction. Let's get those lemons in play. Okay, there we go. So Bronson, sold out his 150 million shares. So I guess things aren't going so well for him. That's going to tank his company. But that's Virgin Galactic, right? So that's them trying to go to space. So maybe he's selling just before he folds the company. Finally lost to Elon. Must be interesting to go to a conversation and Elon's just sitting there going, yeah, I'm going to Mars. I'm so rich, I'm going to go to Mars. Like, it's like not a question of if. It's happening. Just give me some time. Yeah. That would be quite the country club conversation. It's just like when I talk to the city of Ottawa here, it's like, it's not a matter of when will this city digitalize. It's a matter of if I'll get off my ass and do it. Like, I can digitalize this city without them. I don't need them. I can create a secondary sub-government, if you will. It's not hard, but it would be easier if they paid me. So it's a matter of just, when am I going to do it? Or somebody else does it, right? So, same thing with Elon. It's not a matter of if he'll go to Mars. It's just a matter of when he's going to get around to it. Because he's got all the money in the world. He could just send himself to Mars personal. But I think he probably wants to not make it a one-way trip, right? Ah, crap. I need more shit. Now, it's 2.5% of the company or 2.5% of himself? Because if it's 2.5% of the total shares, that's one thing. If it's all of his shares, that's a big problem. Because then that means he says, I'm not feeling it anymore, right? Yeah, so. Yeah. Because I think we have over 1 billion shares in AMC. So I think. No, you arm the people to hunt their own vigilantes. And then you just digitalize it. So, instead of having a border patrol, you give everyone the means to protect 2 inches of territory, and then you line them all up on the border. And so people abusing the human need of self-preservation, you can then get them to guard that 2-inch piece of border because that's what they want to do, right? And then you just make it easier for them that when they see a problem to report the problem, and then the proper people can do it or deal with it, right? So a city, if there's a pothole, right? Everyone sees the pothole, but the government doesn't. So just make it easier to report the pothole. Then the government can add up where the worst spots are, conserve money, and fix the pothole. But on the flip side, and this is where I come in, when they ignore the pothole, I have a record of the moment it was sent to the city, right? I know when that pothole was detected. And when they don't fix it in 2 months, I can hold them accountable. I can blacklist them. I can make fun of them. I can take them to the news. And then all of a sudden the city's now over a barrel, right? And so that's the flip side. So if you help the city too much, they'll just, hide all their problems, right? But when you control the data stream, they're naked in front of you, right? So that's really where my business makes its money. It allows the public to hold the government accountable, and then it gives me power and leverage because I know what's going on, just like Google. It's an information company first. But of course, if you screw the government too much, they're not going to support you. So you have to give a little bit and take a little bit. Anyways. So I will create vigilantes, not exactly be them. But I think of them as more concerned citizens that are taking an active participation in democracy. It's the stupid term that they use. Well, we want more people to participate in democracy. Okay. Does my say have any weight? No. Okay, well, hooray, I'm participating. It's like, oh, okay. I've achieved nothing but wasted my time. Oh, when you sit through an 8-hour fucking Senate/council meeting, holy crap, you want to die on the inside. Like, you really want to die. It is so boring and so long. And they achieve nothing. They just talk about everything, and at the end of the day, what have we agreed upon? We'll continue to do nothing. Then, great. Those are some solid changes, right? So you've just wasted 8 hours and there's no hope for nothing. Or if they do agree upon something, it's like, we agree we should do something. What is that should? And crickets. So yeah, municipal politics is garbage. Like, you just just garbage. Even the politicians themselves are like, kill me. But, they get paid pretty well, and it's a thankless job. But somebody's got to do it, and a lot of them have really good hearts. But try to get, 10 people that are dead on the inside to agree on something. And then you get a mayor who doesn't want to spend any money to agree on something. Well, then fuck. You're not going anywhere quick. So, anyways, I don't miss that part. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Oh, God, it was so bad. But hopefully I can use technology to kick them in the pantaloons. Then I don't have to go to those meetings. They can have all the meetings they want about how much they suck. I'll just keep doing my own thing, and they can die. A horrible, horrible death. Figuratively. Because no one's got time for that. I got stocks to trade. Got money to make. Yep. Oof. Do. All right. I need motors. Whoa. So yeah, we're just treading sideways. So now we're into the squeeze, the last 30 minutes. So no major change on the chart, but as long as we hold on that blue line, I think we're in good shape. We'll have a solid 5% day, and that's going to set us up. So yesterday and today basically are showing that looks like we're in the curve. So the more days we have to confirm this, then the more true it becomes, right? It proves what we're guessing. So it's looking good. Because 2 days ago it really looked like we were finally out of the shit, and it's still holding up. So I'm happy. Oh, it's been a long 3 weeks. Fuck, way too long. I do not want to live through this. Once we get to 14, I'm going to be a lot more defensive with my money. I'm not going through this again. Yeah. Well, it's always tomorrow. If someone asks when something is, it's always tomorrow. Because, who knows? Probably tomorrow. Because eventually it will be tomorrow. Yeah. Now, a margin call could end up being negative for us because they might have to sell AMC to cover, right? Like if we're talking about across the board margin call, it'll probably shock the market and end up crashing the market, right? So it's not going to be all song and dance and happiness. So we want them to get squeezed out without going under. Or if they do go under, not all at once. But see, they got to buy to cover, right? But if they can't cover, then they're going to leave a gaping hole where there's missing shares. And then the market deflates because there's missing value. Although I guess, there's missing value because I told you can have these shares and you give me money, but you don't actually have shares. So you paid for something you don't have. So you don't even have the value of those shares. So all the companies that were lied to are now out money. And then that cascades down the line. And that will cause a market crash. So yeah, you don't want it too quickly. Or we're going to go with them. And that would cause a recession. And those are all the things we don't want. So don't cheer too hard. Don't cheer too hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's all these things you got to keep in mind. Because yeah, people are like, oh man, this would be so great, and you're like, for about 10 minutes, and then you're not gonna have a good time. You're gonna just, what is it? And then you're gonna have a bad time. The ski instructor from South Park, and it's not gonna be a good time, I think. Or no, you're gonna have a bad time. That's what he says. Yep. All right. Well, we are doing okay. Lemons are holding. GME is actually going down, and we're holding. Good. The Dow's going up, and the S&P and the Nasdaq are going up to counter. All right. So we are just doing okay. We're holding. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, thank you guys for staying with me all day. The majority of you. For the 25 and 500 people that didn't stay throughout the day, I wish you the worst of health, and I hope you all perish in a hot fire. You traitorous swine. Good times. And hopefully once we get my money out of the market, I'll be able to buy, or I get my healthcare money, my health insurance money, I'll be able to buy a new microphone, so the quality of this stream will go up. Right now I'm using a wireless headset, which is good for me, but it's not great if I want to lay down on the couch, because then you get all the head noise. And I have to jack the sensitivity up on this so high so you hear everything. Because I talk pretty quietly. Because what am I going to do? Friggin' yell? My voice would be destroyed by the end of the day. So, yeah. So, benefits to you guys. If we can get this stock rolling, the stream's going to go up in quality. Time is at 3:43, an odd time for a surge. I don't think that's going to last. If it goes over, we're going to have a technical breakout. Come on, jack that money up. Just a couple more cents. And nope. So it's hitting resistance. If we can get to... Oh, we just gapped up. Oh, we might do it. This might be a technical breakout. Come on, 1 cent. You just need 1 cent. Oh my god, what is with this slow motion? So much volume and then it just dies. Cricket. There we go. Okay, now we're in a technical breakout, so now we should get some more velocity. There we go. Now we're going to get a boost. If we get 1 more cent, we'll get a boost and we'll go over this hump on the left. Okay, that's natural. We hit the roof. We got pushed back down. Now do we come back swinging? Do we? Crickets? Okay. Come on. And now my countdown timer is the full timer. What the hell? Why did my countdown timer break earlier? Weird. So we basically didn't move for too long, so 1 seller showed up. But that means he can be quickly destroyed. Oh, we're so close. At least we're not falling back down, so that's good. Get a little bit of action at the end of the day. That's good. An otherwise really boring mid-end section there. Well, aside from my exciting space engineer tunnel. Oh, okay, so now we're going for round 2. This last minute surge is natural for this stock, for sure. It's how it rolls. Usually this happens in the last 30 minutes, which is where we are, or the last 10 minutes on a really bad day, which we're getting real close to. So this isn't unexpected, because this is what Reddit does. They want to make the chart move, so they wait to the lowest, slowest part of the day for the most part. Some stocks get violent at the end of the day, like right at the end, but most of the time it's a lot less power and a lot more hour. All depends on the stock. But this one here, we don't have a power hour or a sour hour. We have a sour 30 minutes. But I think once we get back into normals, you'll see it all come together. It'll get normal. Things will move properly. Oh. Sorry, I kind of cut out mid-sentence. Flying with inertial dampeners is, when you turn them off, it gets kind of dicey. But you have to turn them off to conserve fuel. And I don't feel like slamming into a mountain. Which I might just do anyways. ZX. Oh, wrong one. Z. Wait a second, then X. There we go. Okay, now I can look at the stock again. So, yeah, we're still holding. Yeah, oh, I see where, Jer. What is success? What's taters, eh? I don't know what green is. Yeah, look at the velocity pickup. See the volumes picking up. They're going to make the last 10 minutes interesting, it looks like. They're going to put the power back in the 30 minutes. Excuse me. Let's zoom in a little. I mean, it's still a friggin' penny, but oh well, might as well make it bigger. Excuse me. Not 100% sure or true. Model 3. So, if you own the shares, right, and you short, you got 3 days to give them to the other person. If you naked short, or you have 3 days to buy the shares or borrow them. If you short without the shares, then you are paying to borrow them. But the price that you pay is arbitrary, determined by your loaner, right? So it's not 100% sure, true. So you can definitely short, just not long term, if you don't want to pay. But then what's 6% a year, right? 6% a year is nothing when you can make 10% a day, 20% a day, right? Although 20% a day is a little hard, but you get the idea, right? So until they're getting like 30, 40, 100% interest, so if you hold it for a year, you're going to have to pay us back a full share, right? That's going to hurt. Then they're not going to be keen on holding it for 4 months and lose 40% of their profits, right? Or, well, it's 12 divided by 12. So they hold it for 6 months, they lose 50% of their profits, potentially. So if they take any losses and they owe 50%, well, and shit, right? So that's where that number comes into play. It really dials down the what the hell is it? Willingness, right? If it goes up too high, the willingness goes down. So yeah, where Jer? Time to break out. Yeah. The 986 is not a line of resistance on mine. No, it's all good. You're not completely wrong, Model 3. So for Where that little line is the line we want to be above at the end of the day, is what the blue line is. It's not a support or a resistance line, as far as I know. It might be. But it's just the line that says we're still on track for the U shape. That's what that line is. So this blue line represents the end of the day, and then this is the point of the apex or intersection on this line, which is not, as you can see, not 100% right, but whatever. Anyways, yep. Before you shoot yourself short. But just out of curiosity, let's see if it is a support line. No. Well, yes. Right here. So there is something here with the bottoms, which would be around 89. And then you got tops around 84. And then this guy here is 68, 81, 59, 71, 66, 83, 97, 84. So yeah, 85 is close, right? There's a whole bunch. There's one right here, 87. Yeah. So there is something there. But we're talking pennies here, right? So there's a lot of support because we haven't moved. You know, we've basically held 9 across. So we're building all these support and resistance lines, like gazillions of them, right? All right, let's take the lemons right to the end since they are doing their job well. They did good. I won't erase this chart so we can just carry the lemons over. Yeah. Yep. Am I looking for? I'm looking for interior plates, right? So scroll. Interior plates. Here we go. All right. So when this stream is over, I can have a nap and And I'll have a nice bumblebee colored mining tube. And I'll mine a whole bunch of cobalt. And then I'll work on silver. Life will be great. It's going to be a good day. We didn't lose a fuck ton of money for once. So much to be positive about. Honestly, if this is your first time trading stocks, this is how it is. Everything's great, and then everything sucks. And then, sometimes the stock never recovers, sometimes it's years. So you have to move on, take your lickings or your punishment and move on. Not so much the case here with AMC, but this is a good micro ecosystem, microcosm. I think it's a microcosm of the broader ecosystem of stocks. This is what happens pretty much on all stocks. They have their moment in the sun, they'll make tons of money, then they go to sleep. Then they come back and go to sleep. Or they slowly rise over time. Either way, boring as shit. So. But it looks like, yeah, we're going to end on a high note. You got 3 minutes left, and they're still buying. So that's good. That's a 30K sell or 30K buy order? If it's a 30K buy order, that may flip over to a market order, and they'll gap up as we get closer to the end of the day, which would be nice. Basically the opposite of what happened to us last time when we had that massive sell-off at the last minute from that stupid robot. You're going to get the opposite. Oh, you can't see a buy order that high. Okay. Well, technically every sell order is a buy order on the opposite side. But, yeah. Because the market maker will liquefy that 30K, right? So, as long as there's 30K on the other side, we'll go up. Well, actually, no, you don't even need 30K on the other side. You'll still go up because the market maker will sell. If the limit is already sitting there, you just need to get close to it, and then it will pull into it because the sellers will sell to the market itself. So it'll make the market go up even though you're selling. Yeah. It's when the buyers take a lower price or the sellers refuse to sell at a higher price, that's when your price goes down. But both the buyers and the sellers can keep the stock neutral. If you buy the bid or buy the ask. Yeah, but I don't know how you control that. I guess you put a set limit. Yeah, okay. I'm now getting into territory I don't know too much about, so we'll just avoid that. But I think there is a way to game the price. Last minute, I'm going to go with 92. 91, 92. Where's my comps? Apparently I used them all. All right. see this. Oh, that was the end of the day. Oh, I drew my line wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for it to complete. Whoops. I put my line in the wrong place. Okay, so it's over. Yay! Okay, so then, yeah, 90. If we had a few more minutes, I would have done 91, 92. Oh, sorry about that. I was using that line as my end of day marker. So not bad. So 5.83. Decent selling volume at the end, but nothing radical. Let's see. GME just did a downward slide for pretty much since 3 o'clock. What's that? 3? 3, yeah. Dow is not bad. Looks like the lemon did its work. All right, so nothing amazing, but we settled 5% up, so not bad. And you can watch the post-market on your own, but I don't expect too much action there, but maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe this is finally hitting the curve. You can see how it followed the pink line, or the purple line, right? So it's touching the edge of the curve, potentially. And so if we zoom out to this, right, we're now going up the edge. Now let's put these in retirement. So now, if I can see through all this, we're basically on the edge of the big guy, right? So that is where we're going. So if we gap up in the morning, right, we'll have to gap up just a tiny bit so that we have a little bit of avoidance for the dip. If we don't gap up, then the dip will put us under, and then we'll take off afterwards. So that will be our Friday if we are touching the edge of this U shape. But it's looking like it. We're getting there. So I think tomorrow we'll confirm if we're on the U shape or this was just temporary. After 3 days of gains, you're pretty much set. You're not going to rapidly turn around and oops, it was just a temporary spike. That would have happened over 1 day, maybe 2 days, right? First day's good, second day bad. First day good, second day okay, third day bad. So if tomorrow is good, then that should be it. So yeah, you're going to have some sell-off, but even on a day that's really, really, really good, you'll have a sell-off that costs you an hour or 2 hours worth of gains, right? So there will be some downwards near the end, but that doesn't mean it completely reverses the whole day. So hopefully we don't start negative and end even worse, because then that would reverse pretty much all of today. And that if that happens, that means we're moving into this U shape, the second one here, the second pair of delicious boobs. But I'm hoping this one isn't true, and that we're going to do this one, and then we're going to have a more this shape U for this guy, right? But I wanted to have the other one just to show a more conservative, drawn out. So if that's the case, tomorrow we'll end at anywhere between 990 or 1052. So I would want to end at 1052 tomorrow to basically be on the curve or better. So anyways, yep. So good day. Another good day in the books. Boring as hell, but at least we got our money. So pew pew. You made 5.83% if you bought it any time yesterday. So that's not chump change. Enjoy it. Fingers crossed. Yeah. We can look at the minute and you can see it just following it, eh? So that's nice. So it kind of started here. This was a little too much. We gapped down and then we just hugged it. So if this line holds, you can see it's kind of here as well, right? You can see that we're kind of hugging it. Every time you get close to it, we either get repelled or we start to follow it. And you can kind of see it in the slopes. So this is then getting too far away. We come back. Then this one, it's following it. This one's clearly following it. Here, it's following it. Here, this is a little bit above, but it's following it, right? So you have this one's under, but it's following it. And that's definitely following it, right? So there is something to the slope of charts, because that represents the more average mentality, which is money leaving, money coming, the big picture, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I think we're good. All right. Anyways, we'll see you all tomorrow. And, let's get our money out. Yeah, so actually then I guess if I was just to quickly look, since we're talking numbers, so we'll have our money out by, April 22nd on this chart. If not, by April 22nd, we'll be at least at $11, at which time we could roll or platform or whatever, but hopefully we're on the more aggressive recovery. And then we'll see something kind of like this is what we're looking for. Something like this is what we're going to see when this is all over. We're going to look like one of these. So, I mean, it's going to be bigger than this one, but it might look like this. So we're on this side of things right here. Or better yet, we're right here right now. So we're starting the couple of days of lift. Then it's going to go bing, 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 and speed up. When we hit the top, then we'll decide if we're going to go back down or go up. But hopefully that corresponds with earnings, which is coming up on the 22nd, the 10th of May. So hopefully we get up there, like we should be there, but hopefully we're up there and we got some height, and then the earnings gives us a kick in the pants, and then that will set us off past 14, right? Because this will be the first time the theaters are almost 100% open, right? The US is kind of fucked off with mask wearing. And they've gone and got movies now going to the theaters. So we should see some solid cash come in. Their debts are paid off. So I think this will be our first hit, right? So yeah, anyways, so I'm still optimistic. So yep, let's hope it all comes up Millhouse. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yep.